Huh.
I'm kind of.
We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 88. And I am sorry, guys, before you commented, I just started the intro and stuff. How are you, DC?
Doing average. Doing better, but yeah, doing average.
This is
Average for
better
you or
than.
average for a human?
Average for me. I know I have
Okay.
a very
Okay.
different definition of average. At least my life has a different definition of average, but I get what you mean, Gray.
That's better than
I like
bad,
to
right?
clarify,
It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's better
Yeah.
than bad. So
yeah.
that's amazing. What about you, Gray? How are you today?
I'm doing good. Yeah, had a lot of zookeeping duties today. Cleaned up after a lot of my animals, which took way too long, but had to be done. So, I don't know. It feels good to get stuff done, but it was not fun stuff to do. So, good times. What about yourself, Multi? How
I'm
are you
doing
doing this week?
great.
How you doing today?
I'm doing great, but I'm dead tired. Working day is so rough, but I only need to do it for the next 2 weeks because I'm still in my formation. So it's a brand new contract, bunch of stuff. I will be supervisor. I'm so excited. That's almost the dream job. Like for me, the dream job would be like YouTuber or rapper. One of these two, I would be the happiest man alive.
Why
But
not both, man? Be the rapping YouTuber.
but like being a supervisor in security is the second best thing outside of like the two others I mentioned. So I'm excited. I cannot wait to work on that contract. So yeah, I'm doing great, but tired. Um, so I'm excited to talk about a bunch of movies, and we got massive notes of Cole. I think he had a field trip writing everything. That's amazing, Cole. You're great. Um, that's massive, man.
That
Um,
is pretty amazing.
I hope your travel will be great, Cole. Come back in one piece, please. Anyhow, we are there. Alex will be back among us later on, and we will have Parker a bit later today as well. So here we are. The first topic of today. I think it's the last one. The first one you have. The only one. What is going on? The only one you have seen DC, right?
Yeah, it's just Captain America: First Avenger.
Perfect. Well, I guess because Cole comment is massive, we will divide it as we also share our thoughts. So open the ball, DC, by reading the first block of Cole's note.
All right,
The first of many.
Yeah.
all right. So Captain America: The First Avenger. This is another early MCU film that had a lot of potential to be great, and that's still all right looking back on it, but really didn't live up to the expectations, and still isn't very good, despite being another film with a lot of people having a revisionist history towards it, for the same reasons as they do with the first Thor film. But I did enjoy this one a bit more. The origin with him was kind of dumb, not the whole thing, but there were some interesting aspects. Do you want me to continue
The first
or
block is perfect.
all right,
So, what did you think of Captain America? We click pause on Cole's comment because it's long, so we will let DC share his take on
all
Captain
right,
America.
all right. So I thought this film was very boring and very like Cole said, very forgettable. Um, I thought some of the story elements were a little weird. Um, the film takes place in World War II, but it doesn't really feel like that at the time. I mean, they do have some settings, like the scenes in New York is fine because it actually does feel like 1930s, 1940s. But when he's actually in the other era, believe like I don't know, Germany, let's just assume, it doesn't really feel like he's in World War II. Um, which yeah, but yeah, I thought the I mean, no, there are some good scenes. Like I do like the when he gets transformed as Captain America, when he gets the penicillin inside him. That's a good scene. Other than that, um, no, I feel like when they have Red Skull have the Tesseract, then they essentially assume that he didn't actually die, and it's like it pop up a mystery that really I don't even think like I don't think even by the point like ever like and it's like how they reveal in the Avengers film Infinity War and Endgame. It's so dumb and ridiculous because I think at one point nobody I didn't care about a character from Phase.
We got a
Coming back
robot
later on because-
DC. Robo DC. Robo DC.
All right, can you guys hear me fine or?
Yeah, now it's fixed.
All right. Like I was saying, like I feel like the storyline where the concept of Red Skull holding the Tesseract getting transformed, I think that would have been better if they just let him die. I mean, I get that. I get it would be it'd be very upsetting to see another Marvel character die, but honestly, I think in this case it works best. Not really in what they did later on, because later on they just let some villains die for no reason instead of using them again. But yeah. Yeah. I thought the ending was I don't know what to really think of the ending. I like that he wakes up and he's confused, but I mean I don't really I was like and it's my thoughts on the ending. He just wakes up and how he's been asleep for 70 years. Okay, being frozen alive for 70 years, that makes sense. But
well, he has the super serum.
Yeah. That makes sense because of the serum, but it's like
Do you want to add more?
I don't. I'm still thinking. I mean,
Robo.
I guess about it. Robo again. Hold on. All right. Do I sound better or still Robo?
Yeah, you do. It's
not
perfect.
roboting for the moment.
All right. So, I think I'm gonna let Gray take it from here.
Perfect. So Gray, you can read out the second block of Cole's
Deal.
comments.
Okay, so the second paragraph of many that Cole said on this one, after he said that there were interesting aspects, now he says they left out a lot of things from the comics, though, and really sped up where I didn't really care what was happening when he went into the machine and the guy got shot and such in comparison to what they should have done. Not to say it's better, obviously, as it was a terribly made scene like the rest of the film, but at least the 90s Captain America film tried to do something better and more accurate with how they did it. I'm going to go on to the next one. At least to my knowledge, it's been ages since I saw that piece of shit. No issues with any of the acting in this. They all fit their roles. I did like a lot of the scenes in that time period, and him doing stage stuff, which was what they forced a lot of people to do in those scenarios at the time. Joe Johnston worked on Raiders of the Lost Ark, so I think that helped him capture this period and the visual aspects well with the shot, production design, makeup, and cinematography. Should I keep going for a little bit with now that we got to director Joe Johnston?
I will read out the next two. So
for some reason, apparently my audio decided not to connect, so I'm going to assume that that was a yes. That we're just going to keep going.
I will
sure.
read out the.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my Bluetooth. It just keeps disconnecting randomly. So I saw your lips move, but I heard nothing. But cool. If you want to go, go.
Yeah. I enjoyed the directing by Joe Johnson, and it's very reminiscent of his other works, such as Jumanji and The Ricketer.
The
What's The
Rocketeer was
Ricketer?
awesome.
Oh, that's
The
okay.
Rocketeer is another comic book one. It's a dude with a rocket pack, very much set in kind of the similar time frame. He's got a good way of kind of doing a period piece. It is very similar to the period piece in this, but
Sound
another fun
amazing.
superhero one. Yeah, it's
Maybe
got
it'll
Jennifer
be
Connelly in it. She's awesome.
Maybe it will be added actually. Keep that in your mind, Gray, because maybe we'll add it. Half of the action scenes and set pieces, especially on the bike and the plane, were pretty cool. I agree. I like that action sequence. Unfortunately, at other moment, it was forgettable with how they executed it. Also, I wasn't a fan of the editing and pacing at points, and it once again skipped over and sped through many interesting aspects to the film and the story, and with the character they could have touched upon more, but they didn't want to. So it could have been a crowd pleasing popcorn flick. I feel that. I get it. So we will pause again on Cole's comment
And we'll come
and
back to the music. He's got opinions on music.
and Gray, that's your take now. What did you think of the first Avenger?
Well, I got to be honest. I view it a little bit more favorably than it sounds like either DC or Cole has. I remember like nothing of this movie. I saw it in theater when it came out, and I think I was just really wanting like the Avengers at the time or something. I totally forgot everything about this, including that like Tommy Lee Jones is in it and a huge part in it. I just completely forgot about all of that. I remember young, whatever week, Steve Rogers, but I didn't remember much more than that. So this was almost all completely new to me. I don't know if just my memory has gone over the years or if this really isn't a memorable film, but I had a much more pleasant experience than I thought I would watching this. The first part of it is rather weird. There is this. So sometimes they used a body double for Chris Evans, but most of the time they did this weird thing. It was a digital scaling thing, and it leads to this like uncanny valley effect where he doesn't look quite right, and it kind of takes you out. Like the effects weren't quite there. That being said, I really dig Chris Evans' performance in this, which is hard because I have hated him in like almost everything I've seen him in, with the exception of Scott Pilgrim, where he is playing what that character is supposed to be. He's supposed to be an asshole. He plays that quite well. And that's kind of my impression of Chris Evans. But I got to say, like, he really was able to kind of capture this. I don't know what you'd call it, like, kind of do-gooder, but he's got his own moral code. He has that, I guess you'd call it huge spirit, even though he's diminished in physical form. I think he really played that well, and I think that journey really works for this character. You can see that, he is mentally character strong, but just not physically. So you can kind of understand Stanley Tucci's, Dr. Abram Erskine's vision for why he would choose Steve Rogers as opposed to one of the actual soldiers, that he wants to keep him a good person, not a perfect soldier. It changes everything, like the lure wise and everything, but I don't know. With a character like Captain America, it would be really easy to make him super cheesy and just not fit in. I think the way they were able to do this, where they kind of put him back in a time where that would be a little bit more appropriate, and then they're able to somehow, freeze him for 70 years and bring him to the future. That kind of works for me. Maybe it's not the best way to do this, but it is a way to kind of get that character who is really a throwback, who doesn't feel like something of like 2011, to really be in that 2011 world. So I dig it, where it sounds like Cole didn't like that choice as much. He was hoping for something a little bit closer to the comics. Fair enough. I really liked a lot of the characters in this. I totally forgot that Sebastian Stan, that Bucky Barnes was in this. I don't know why. I remember Winter Soldier and everything, but that part was just forgettable for me. I liked, I guess, Dominic Cooper playing Howard Stark, the Tony's grandfather in this. I like that he was able to kind of bring this into tie in, if you will. I really kind of enjoyed some of those elements. I think Stanley Tucci's performance was awesome as the doctor who gives him the super serum. I thought Hugo Weaving was pretty great as Johann Schmidt or Red Skull, but I don't know. I guess I was just hoping for more out of the character. It feels like it just kind of fizzles out. Like he's just there because he has to be there. It doesn't really build to like some epic battle or something, to the point where they even replace him with a different actor later on, which, you know, you've got Hugo Weaving. It seems like you could do something amazing with that character, with that actor. I just don't feel like it really translated. That being said, I love the entire squad that Cap eventually adopts in the, whatever you want to call it, the pre-freezing days. I would have really liked more of those missions. It would have been cool if they had done something like a prequel to those. Those all seem like fun characters. It seems like there could have been some great missions, but yeah, they are trying to bring him so that they can make the next one the Avengers. So they've got to, you know, completely take him out on the first mission, and then we get him to the future. Fair enough. I understand why they did it. I think it could have fleshed out this character even more, and the additional characters in here. But I don't know. I'm searching for like a bad performance in this. There isn't anyone I really hated. Peggy Carter was pretty decent. I like the dude who played Dr. Zola, Toby Jones. I think that dude is always awesome in whatever he's in. I don't know. I feel like it kind of explains a bit of Hydra, but at the same time, it doesn't show like the scale of it. And then supposedly he just like wipes it out. I think there's more ways that you could allude to he might not have, and then it wouldn't be such a stark revelation later, but fair enough. I can understand why they did what they did in this film. I really like the way that it looks. It could have been a little bit more over the top, cheesy. Like you do get some of those green screen effects where it's not quite a realistic looking like sunlight behind them, but it still has kind of a decent feel to it. It really does remind me of the director's previous ones, specifically like The Rocketeer. It does have a feel to the period piece that he also had in that one. But I don't know. Overall, I didn't hate this film. Again, I think Cole was about to talk about the music, but I dig it. They do some weird things in this with the music, but it is pretty iconic. Like, I don't know. I like the way that they were ending this one. So DC was kind of talking about it, but they do something very weird with the end where you do get it's two weird emotional notes like right after each other, but then they just do this huge music swell and everything's okay. So he wakes up in the future and then he is so remorseful that, you know, he had a date with Peggy Carter and wasn't able to do it. And then just immediately, like, we switch from that to like the Captain America triumphant music. Like, okay, we're gonna be part of the Avengers. Like, this is great. It's a really weird beat. I think they could have done that beat a little bit better at the end, but I do like how they don't just you know, make it like the other ones. You know, it's not just the hero gets the girl. Now we're moving on to the next one. It is a little bit different in this one. It is kind of sad for him to wake up, but he is that you know, strong character, so he will do what needs to be done. He's not going to just sit there and wallow in it. It's definitely going to affect him, but he's willing to move on. You do get that from the character that they do kind of build through this. So I don't know. Overall, I did enjoy it more than Thor. It was pretty forgettable for me. I forgot like half the characters in this. I forgot. Like I said, I don't know how I forgot that Tommy Lee Jones was even in the MCU, but apparently I did. I like him as the kind of I don't know what you'd call it, not disgruntled colonel, but he definitely doesn't trust that this little pipsqueak would be the super soldier. He is looking for more of the perfect soldier as opposed to a very strong character who then could get that physical strength on top of it. I think he plays that part really well as well. there are a lot of pacing issues that get a little strange because they have to kind of shoehorn this into the Avengers as the next one. There isn't as much time to kind of let the characters and the stories kind of progress to kind of get more of a character arc for them. But I don't know what they did end up with here. I do like more than Thor. It did come off as more entertaining to me. Maybe I was in a different headspace than I was in 2011 or whenever the hell this was originally out. But yeah, I do end up liking this one. I kind of thought that I didn't like the first couple Captain America ones, and then it got better. But yeah, I am now kind of changing that opinion. I really do like this character, and I think they give you a lot of glimpses into what they're going to try and do with this character. I think they set it up pretty well in this one. It's not a perfect film by far. A lot of the effects could be done a lot better. It's kind of cool when the shield flies off of some people, but there's a lot of CG in this that could just be improved today, including the whole like first part where you have this uncanny valley version of Steve Rogers. But still, it does what it's supposed to do. It sets up a lot of it. So I don't know. Overall, I had a much more positive experience than I thought I would with this film. So yeah, it's kind of fun to revisit it. I thought I was going to hate it, but yeah, pleasantly surprised.
I'm with you, Gray. And before we go over my thoughts on it, I will let DC take over 2 blocks of Cole's notes, with starting with the music and ending as we. And after that, I will let Gray read.
All right.
I will be actually right back. That won't take too long. So I will let you go for it. 2 blocks,
All right.
and then Gray.
All right, so what Cole said was that the music was good, the villain itself, and with the makeup design and everything was good, even if they hit some of the things with his character that the 90s film also didn't. But I honestly wasn't as a big fan of him as others were. I like the actor himself and the portrayal and the design of the character. It was spot on, but it felt a bit watered down, which I agree, and held back in a lot of the scenes with what Hugo Weaving usually does. Probably to avoid certain things from the comics, he had fantastic moments, but not nearly enough as he should have.
To continue what Cole was saying, as funny as it is, as terrible as that film is around him, I have to agree with Nerdman that one moment in the 90s film with the actor who plays the villain, in that when he beats up the main character and ties him to a rocket, was almost better than Hugo Weaving's scenes. The end of the film and the climax was a bit forgettable in areas, but great at other moments. And when he has to crash it, I loved the ending and the last line of the film. Unfortunately, I think they wasted it afterwards. They removed many scenes with him having flashbacks and trying to look for her and phone her at the beginning of the Avengers, which were great scenes, but they didn't use them.
Okay, so I guess I will read out the next block, and then I will share my thoughts on the movie. Also, while I do think The Winter Soldier was a very good film when you get to it later on, not because of the Russo acts directing it, and kind of did everything the first Avenger did, but better. It has some weaknesses to it still. And the biggest one was, spoiler, him meeting her at the end before she died, which is, I thought, ruined the impact of the first film ending. Okay, I do remember this. I think he refers to Endgame. Anyhow, we will put on ice for now, Cole, and I will share my thoughts on the first Avenger. Um, I didn't have that many issues. I actually only had 2. And I will also praise this. There was a lot of really good gunplay sequence where people were shooting, and it kind of made sense that they would not hit their target.
What?
But
That's a multi-staple. Come on, you gotta take off points for that.
But there's one one place where I did took a point because I was like, bruh, how can you be so good and making it work, but then they cannot aim anymore at some point? Like,
Okay,
why?
I thought like the comedy, no matter what, if they can't hit their target, we're going to lose points on this based off of your scale, Multi. So thank you for being consistent.
Total Recall had a few moments where I didn't took off point because I thought the gunplay was good. And if I remember correctly, we had the same case in No Country for the I don't know what, one of the movies this week.
No Country for
And
the Old. You have.
yeah, like I had other issues with that one, but
Well, you're
sometimes
wrong.
they have immunity. Sometimes, most of the time when they cannot aim, I'm pissed. But sometimes when I'm like, okay, it's believable. Another example is the Mummy. One of the big firefight they had in the original one with the Fraser in it. I remember one of the scenes where people were not really hitting their target kind of made sense. So sometimes I do not remove points, but again, it's rare. Another example would be in the Punisher second season when they basically shoot each other through like hotel rooms. But I don't know if you have seen the entire season, Gray. Maybe you kind of dropped after it, but by the end of the season, like Punisher and another guy, they shoot each other through hotel walls, and kind of made sense they would not hit each other because they don't see each other. But sometimes I'm gentle. Anyhow, my first issue would be plot convenience. Some random taxi just happens to be around as the villain escapes, so he can just fly away. Um, Next up is, and I said it, the guy cannot aim. So later on, I'm like, bruh, how can you be like so good at making it believable that people would miss? But then it's just a pew 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 pew. I don't hit anything suddenly because he needs to miss or something. But again, these are my only two issues. I did like a lot of the movie, and Steve Rogers was so likable, and Peggy was great. She was far better in this movie than in her own TV show. It's kind of weird because she got her own TV show that lasted 2 seasons, and Cole and I actually got through both seasons. My, what happened in between? I don't understand. And earlier you mentioned Hydra. I think they kept a lot of things Hydra related because I think by that point they were thinking of making a Agents of Shield show because that's like 2 years before the first season. So I think they were like at the start of the production or something, early production, I should say. Um, so yeah, that's why they didn't really touch upon too much of Hydra and such because Hydra was a big part of Agents of Shield. Like most of the seasons, they were the villains or they played some kind of role at some extent. Um, so yeah, I enjoyed the action. Again, I did defend the movie for not always deleting people after shooting and such. So this is a praise here. Like they were smart in the gunplays. Okay. Next up, I liked the music, and I like the idea of Steve Rogers being like, "Oh yeah, he's not the top soldier. He's not like the best candidate, but he has the art at the right place. He is a good guy that wants to do good. He knows self-sacrifice. And this is wonderful. This makes interesting characterization because so far we got a billionaire that has so many issues. We got a god that needed to be humble in the end. So now we get the humble guy just chilling there. Really good guy. He doesn't know how to fight, but he will try his best. and this is probably Captain America best trait in the movies, at least. I don't know about the comics. Eventually, I plan on having a collection of comics, but I have other things I need to spend money on. But eventually, I will have my own collection. I'm a collector after all. Uh, but yeah, I really liked it. I have such a different um, experience in all of you because I think it's my second favorite movie so far in the MCU.
Yeah, I didn't
And
hate it. I think me and you had a different experience than Cole and DC, but it sounds like you liked it a little bit more than me, which, hell yeah, that's
yeah,
awesome for you.
like the only best one is Iron Man. The first Iron Man is still peak for me so far, and based on what I remember from the MCU, I think it will remain there. Maybe the next one that stands a chance is Winter Soldier or maybe Infinity War, but even there, we will see. Um, yeah, I just liked it a lot. The 2 hour was well spent. I didn't see the time fly. And it's funny because I think it's like my second or my third time watching. Maybe I did watch it many years ago. I know I didn't see it in theaters because back then I was very selective in what I would go see in theaters because I was still young and I didn't have money, so I was very selective.
Okay, fair enough. I was also selective with my money, but I knew where the exit was and that you could just walk in there if you're, you act like you got a purpose and people would just let
What
you in. But
when you're
I
like
remember seeing
when
this in the theater, and that's the only other time I saw this, other than this last week.
when you're like 15, like you're $20, like you want to spend it wisely, because you're 15. um, anyhow, I enjoyed a lot this more recent viewing. I do remember seeing it at least once when Endgame came out, because when Endgame came out, I did a marathon because I only had seen like 2 or 3 movies, and I was like, oh, you know what? I will watch all of them. So, like, yeah, most of the MCU stuff I've only seen it once, maybe twice in some case. I think Iron Man and the Hulk are the ones I've seen the most. Maybe Thor, but this one I'm not quite sure. And the same goes for Captain America. Um, yeah, actually, Winter Soldier, I've seen it twice. This one, I did see it in theater, and I liked it so much. Anyhow, um, now we will finish up Gray's thoughts. Um,
You mean Cole's
okay.
thought? You were saying they're my thoughts. These are Cole's, sir. His distilled knowledge.
Uh, yeah. Let's look into it. So, guys read until didn't use them, right?
So you had just read the third to the last one where it was talking about Peggy's death. The first Avengers
Oh, you're
did a
right.
lot better. The
You're
weakness
right.
still, the biggest one, spoilers, was him meeting her at the end before she died, which I thought ruined the impact of the first film's ending. I would have preferred if she was already dead when he woke up. Would have made the ending of Endgame a lot better too. Anyway, it's a solid film, but also wasted potential to me. All three acts of the film were 50% great and 50% off and less memorable. Oh, and I'll forgive all the people on Pickle's stream who said with a straight face that this was better than Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Oh, that's a tough one. I have a soft spot for Scott Pilgrim, so I don't know. I hold that one above this one personally, but fair enough. I can see why he'll never forgive them. Fair enough. I can see why he would hold that. I could see why somebody would like this more than Scott Pilgrim. It is a very idealistic person who lives by a code. I could see why that would appeal to a lot of people. Where Scott Pilgrim, I love it. It's very entertaining, but I don't know that it necessarily has somebody living to a code and doing what they have to do despite the horrible hand they've been dealt, if you will. Um, I don't know. I could understand people liking this one more. I don't agree with them, but I will forgive them even if Cole won't.
That's funny because you mentioned, and Cole mentioned Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I
I
actually
think it
had
was Chris
seen it.
Evans' like previous one right before this, if I remember right. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I actually had seen the movie, but it's been forever. All I remember is he fights people, and that's it. But eventually, maybe that's on a watch list or something because it's been a
Yeah, it
long
was
time.
2010, where this one was 2011. It looks like he did do one in between there that was called Puncture, which I'm not familiar with. But yeah, he kind of went right from Scott Pilgrim to this one. Is I think why we're making the comparison. Also, it's a comic movie, but yeah.
So yeah, sadly, I'm looking to Cole's note. I don't see grade, but based on me knowing Cole, maybe that's like a 4 or a 5 for him. I don't think it would be a 3 because it would be much harsher, I think. Because when it's a 3, you can tell it's a 3. That's basically all Cole is, and this is why we like Cole so much.
He is saying all
Um,
three acts were 50-50, so that seems like it would be about a 5 to me, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, 5 or 4, I think is accurate, but you're right. Maybe that's a 5. Cole, if you're in the chat right now, I don't know, but if you're in the chat, let us know. Anyhow, um, my own grade is a solid and well-deserved 9.5 out of 10. What about you, Gray?
Wow, 9.5. That seems a bit generous to me. I think it's not a bad film. It is definitely better than I remember. I think sadly, some of it was somewhat forgettable, I should say. I was forgetful about it. So I don't know that it really sticks with me a ton. That being said, I really like this as like an intro. What they kind of did with like the Incredible Hulk and what they did with Iron Man and even Thor, they kind of put a bunch of contemporary like rock music in there as like the soundtrack. And this one, they did a lot more of kind of an actual score. And I don't know, I totally forgot a lot of what they were doing with this one. Overall, it left me really enjoying it. I think I'd probably put it as either a 7.5 or an 8. It's not a perfect movie, but I liked it way more than I remembered. I don't know if that's me changing or just I didn't give it a fair shake when it came out. But yeah, I think I'm going a solid 7.5 on it.
Okay, what about you, DC? What would be your grade out of 10?
He
DC?
might not be back yet, but based off of what he was saying, I don't think it's going to be as high as you or me or even Cole, maybe. Uh,
I
Got a feeling
agree.
it might be below 5, but I guess we'll have to wait until DC is back. But
Knowing DC, I'd say maybe that's a 4 for him. I think he aided it more than Cole, I think.
I think so. That was the feeling I got from him. But fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to have DC thoughts. In the meantime, I am currently um, copy pasting Cole's comment on the next topic. Um, I'm looking forward to talk about these movies that are praised and that I didn't see before. I didn't like these. This week, I gotta say, this week,
Well, I'm
man,
assuming
that
you
was
wouldn't like
rough.
these because, these are also on people's top 10 lists, along with The Godfather or Godfather Part 2, which you hated. So why wouldn't you hate these two? These are classics. They're on everyone's like top 100 list. But yeah, why wouldn't you hate it? I get you.
So, I messed up. I didn't see the 5.5 to
Wow.
6,
Hey,
but
Cole.
that's surprising.
That is awesome, though. 5.5 to 6. I could see it.
Yeah.
It's respectable. He didn't say he hated it in anything in there. He was talking about the shittiness of the 90s one, which I don't know if you've seen, but I guess that's one other thing that we didn't talk about. It was the costume. I actually think the costume kind of works in this, and they were able to put in like the really crappy costume for when he's doing the propaganda. I don't know. That kind of works for me. Where the previous 90s one kind of had him in that crappy costume the whole time. So when he gets to the actual tactical costume, I don't know, it works for me. I really liked it a lot better than I thought I would, for sure. I thought it was going to be more 90s Cap, and I like this.
Well, have a nice trip, Cole, and thank you for dropping by. DC, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that.
All good. Well, we were at a great time. What would be your grade out of 10?
My probably a 2.
Wow.
What?
Harsh, sir. Harsh.
That's violent. And then you tell us the Incredible Hulk is dead.
Well, do you want to know what grade I'm gonna give Spider-Man No Way Home?
We are
Mocha?
not there yet. We are not there yet, but I can bet
I've got a
it's low.
feeling it might be below 2, but it's just a feeling.
Anyhow, DC, you're great. I like you around because like you have your takes, and I don't sound all that crazy. I just tease
Yeah,
you.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Anyhow,
great. You're
what
right.
do you have?
Go on.
What do you have going on your end of the internet, DC?
Even though I may not have some thoughts, I do plan to at least upload at least maybe 1 or 2 this week. Just for Thursday and Friday, just those 2. But yeah, other than that, I do have some plans. But yeah,
That sounds great. And by the way, get hyped and excited. I will finally work a bit more on my Batwoman video and the Stargirl video because I'm about to finish my Naruto video. So
Nice.
you will be hyped for Batwoman, DC. I know you like to show a lot more
Yeah.
than Cole and I. Cole and I, we suffered through Batwoman again.
yeah.
Anyhow, DC, we will talk tomorrow and have a great night, man.
Same you too. Bye.
Take
It was
care.
good talking to you, man.
So, next topic is another terrible movie. No, I'm joking.
You are so wrong, sir. You have horrible taste. It's not just subtitles. You seem to hate quality flicks, and that's a problem. But fair enough. Should we start with Cole's, or how would you like to do this?
So, because there's a lot of blogs, I read 5 blogs. I will start reading the first blog, then you read the second, and then we share our thought, and then we read the rest.
Okay,
So,
I only see 4 in the chat. Should there be a 5th block somewhere, or
maybe
am I-
there's 4 and I suck
Okay.
at maths. Yeah, I think there's 4 actually. I really suck
Okay.
at maths.
Well, fair enough.
So okay, so I will read out the first one. So the next topic I will mark it down in the chat so people can still follow the Shawshank Redemption, a movie I didn't like. Anyhow,
Surprise,
so
surprise.
this is called Thoughts on It. The Shawshank Redemption, considered the best of all time on IMDb.
Unless you're
apparently.
multi.
Unless you're me, you're right. So many other movies and games have copied scenes from it over the years. Fantastic story and characters. Cinematography is beautiful on this. I agree with you, Cole. I agree. Morgan Freeman is amazing in it. I also agree on that statement.
All right.
So
Second paragraph. Don't really have any flaws with it outside of a few moments that you could possibly label as being a bit emotionally manipulative, similar to The Green Mile. The only thing I would say is this, and this is irrelevant to the film, is I don't think it's on the same level other people have put it on. That sounds like a multi-statement, but fair
hell
enough.
yeah! Thank you, Cole. You speak the truth. So I guess I will talk about my take.
Let's just finish Cole's. We're halfway through it.
Okay. Read the next block, and
Okay,
I will
that
read
isn't-
the last one.
That isn't to say I don't think it's an amazing or even masterful film, but I do think a lot of its praise outside of the movie has to do with the fact that it's one of those types of stories and films that plays out in a satisfying way for audiences to fall in love with it, which is why they think it's one of the best films ever made. Do you want to do the final one, or you want to have me keep
I
going?
will do the last one.
Okay.
Yeah. Similar to movies about things repeating, such as Edge of Tomorrow, is satisfying and comforting to audience with them knowing in advance what will happen, and overrates them a bit. I can see what he means there. I can fully see it. The repeat of like people getting shocked on the chair, So yeah, okay. Um, I will say it's another Godfather moment where I do think it's a good movie. I just hated the shit out of it. The experience was painful. Um,
So you didn't
but
get busy living then? You really just couldn't get busy living with this movie? Dude, how do you hate this movie?
well, I lost interest around 45 minutes into the movie. I still kept watching, but if we were not doing this podcast, I would have dropped it and do something else. And
Well,
that
you're
movie
like the
is
initial audience for this film, unfortunately. When it was first released, it was not a hit. It was kind of a bomb, which sucks. It picked up its legs on video and replay on like TBS. So that sucks, but you're not alone in that. However, people came to their senses on this. You should too.
but again, I do think it's a good movie. I just didn't like it, and there's only a few things I did enjoy about it. But my first issue would be plot convenience: the warden finding the owl by accident after throwing something at the poster. It's like, bruh.
That's your plot convenience? Not
Yeah,
nobody
like he
finding the
just
hole
drew
for 20 years?
something. He drew
Just that
something.
is the one thing. Sure, sure, sure. That's
He
the
drew
only plot
something and he
convenience in this.
found the hole. He was like, no.
The fact that he was able to get into the pipe beyond the wall, like that's not a plot convenience. Just the fact that
He had the
somebody
rock and
found out that it was a
something
paper.
else. He
I
had the
don't
rock
know
and
that you know what
something
that
else.
means.
He had something he bashed the pipe with. And I did consider something else as a potential plot convenience, but I was like, the guy had the things planned out, so maybe he kind of knew. So the other thing I did consider, but I didn't mark it down, is like when he decided to break the pipes, there was a thunder outside covering all of the noise and the
Yeah,
sounds.
that seems like a plot convenience to me.
I did
Not
consider it.
So
I
what
did.
about them searching his room multiple times and them never looking behind the poster? Is that a plot convenience? What about them never finding the rock hammer inside of his Bible?
Who
Is
would
that a
have
plot
known
convenience?
they all by the poster, man?
People who are supposed to like check the cell and make sure that there's no contraband or no holes in the wall. I don't know, just a thought.
Anyhow,
The fact
I
that
was
for
like,
20 years he would get behind this poster and like dig, but no way was the poster like folded or wrinkled or, covered in any of the dirt that he's taking out of the wall. Nothing like that. It's just
you know
pristine,
what?
looks exactly normal. No plot convenience.
You know what? With all you have said, you were able to add
To
another
point out that
issue.
your standards are kind of
No,
weird.
no, no, no. I'm saying you helped me out finding more issues with the movies. Thank you, Gray. So I can
They're
make it
not
worse.
issues. They're only issues for you,
I,
sir.
I,
Hey, Parker.
Parker.
Welcome, sir.
How are you, Parker?
Sup, fellas?
So, I'm glad you're there. Welcome. Um, have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, what? Yeah, I did.
Okay, so right now we are into that topic. Right after that topic, we will go back at Captain America. I do think you have seen it, did you?
Yep, yeah. I don't have much
So
to say about that one.
okay, so we were into Shawshank, and thank you, Gray. I will actually say it's very contrived how he was able to dig his hole. So that's another issue for the movie. Thank you, Gray. You're amazing. Um, next
That
stop would
wasn't what I was
be
pointing at. Just your weird standards. But fair
actually.
enough.
Never mind. I did mark down the thunder in my issues. So that was my second issue. Plot convenience, thunder covering the sounds. So I did mark it down. Okay. Um so it was already there. But thank you for
Well,
adding
why not
more.
plot convenience that he knows how to do accounting and he's able to offer that to the one guard, thus getting the beer for everybody else? Why would that not be a plot convenience if everything else is a plot convenience?
Hell yeah. Let's
Oh,
make the
hell
movie
no.
worse.
You're not understanding.
Anyhow, there's still a few things I liked. The meaning of rehabilitation was great, and sadly, I can't remember what I refer to because I wanted to forget this movie, and we had two movies like that this week. Oh my! I will get so much eat and ate at the same time. Um, the music was great. I liked it. Um, the irony of the bad guy getting arrested was great. It
What
was
bad guy getting arrested? Out of
well
curiosity.
the bus like the bus to the prison, or I don't know. So we just have Cole disagreeing with me, even if I'm right.
Oh yeah, where is Cole?
Cole is driving
He's
toward Panama or
on
something.
holiday currently.
Epic.
Yeah. I wish he was there, but hey, he sent us notes. That's amazing. Anyhow, I'm right. You guys are wrong. No, I'm joking.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
The prison was entertaining. The characters felt like characters. And the kid getting shot was sad. Oh yeah, the kid that maybe was the reason. Maybe the main character would be freed. I enjoyed that. That was sad. The lead backstory was fun, but I can't remember what I refer to. That movie is forgettable for me. But I didn't point that out as an issue because I know it's a me issue there. But I was glad when the main character escaped, even if I find it very contrived. So yeah. Yeah, I tried to defend movies even if I hate it. That's the thing. And
Because you
that's
know
why
you're wrong. I get that.
and,
It's
and
nice that
that's
you know
why
you're wrong about your
despite
take.
that's why despite hating the movie, I will still give it a good score because I know it's a good movie, but I hated it.
You're allergic to good. I get you.
I'm allergic to long and old movies.
Quality
Anyway,
is another way to say that.
that's all I got to say about that. And I will let Parker talk on the Shawshank Redemption. What did you think of that movie? Parker? Are you
Yeah,
with
I
us?
was about to speak, and I realized I was muted. I was like, "Oops." So I liked it. I don't think it's the greatest movie of all time that a lot of people seem to think it is, but I also don't think it's as bad as some other people say. I think it's overrated for sure, but I still think it's a very good film and it does what it does well. That being said, with Frank Darabont films, I personally like Green Mile a lot more than Shawshank. Personally, uh, but I still think Shawshank's a pretty incredible film. Uh, what I don't like about it is that it's really predictable. It's a very predictable storyline. You kind of know that Andy at the end is just gonna get out somehow, and it's I'm trying to remember because like I watched this a couple years ago, so I'm trying to remember like specific examples. But like okay, so like how he's like meticulously planning to like his escape, like digging into the wall or whatever, and he executes it flawlessly, like no hitches whatsoever, no issues, and I was like, all right, cool, story over, whatever, cool, yay. Uh, it feels a little melodramatic and a little bit sentimental for me, and I feel like uh it really oversimplifies prison life. Granted, I know it's a movie, but it's like in the beginning of the film, yeah, he gets uh he gets diddled, but afterwards, like he doesn't really face any he doesn't face any trials or tribulations through the rest of
He had to
the
go through
movie
500 yards of sewage. I mean, that's
with
pretty bad.
I would agree on that.
I mean in terms with like the other prisoners. It's like suddenly he's on good terms with everyone, and it's like, oh, prison's not so bad, whatever. And it's like, all right, whatever. Not very interesting. And it's also like, isn't this a 3 hour movie, like 3.5 hour movie, something
To
like
be
that?
honest, I can't remember. I know
I
either
know,
like,
Green
2 hours,
Mile or
22 minutes.
either Green Mile or
Oh.
this one was 3 hours. I know one of the two was 3 hours.
Green Mile's the long one.
Oh,
Oh,
well, this
okay.
well, this movie felt like it was 3 hours.
oh, maybe we got a pacing issue. Hell
But
yeah.
yeah, I thought that.
We don't.
Well, again, so I'm trashing it right now, but at the end of the day, I still think it's a very good film because it does what it wants to do very well. Right? This is the quintessential dude breaks out of prison film. Like it really is. And I enjoy it. I think it's a very good film. But I do think that you could look at a film and say it's great, but still find all these things that you could personally disagree with. But
Like me saying there are
but
a
it's still
few
good.
good things, but I hated the movie. It's the same thing. So I get you,
And-
man.
It's not the
And-
same. He
and
is
honestly,
pointing out quality with it, and you're just like nitpicking at weird stuff that you're calling plot contrivance. It's not the same. Parker has real, actual criticism of it.
I also kind of like Morgan Freeman's character a lot more than fucking what's his name, Tim Robbins. I don't know. I feel like I don't know how to word this, so I'm just gonna say it. Tim Robbins is just like a standard, basic white dude, and it's just like
Racist!
not-
You're out
like-
of the
You mean
stream
the
now.
everyman? He was supposed to be the everyman.
and again, he's supposed to be the everyman, and they portray that very well. I just don't like him. I don't know. It's also I think it's also because he's sharing the spotlight with Morgan Freeman, and whenever he speaks, you listen. So, The Great Escape is okay.
He's
Cool.
got a point. That is kind of the quintessential prison escape movie. But this is, I think, number
Okay,
two.
this is the feel good prison escape movie. Great Escape, 1963. I agree with you, and you're right, but I wasn't alive when this came out. Actually, my parents weren't alive when this came out.
How old is that movie, Dave?
Like 63.
Okay. Even my parents weren't around.
Sorry, Cole.
You're old, Cole. Said by someone older than him.
I think Cole's younger than me, actually.
Yeah, I think he is. Well, I don't know how old you are, but yeah.
But yeah, I do think it's a good film. I'd give it. I do enjoy it. I would watch it again. I think it's great. There's just stuff that's like nitpicky for me, but at the end of the day, I still think it's a great film.
Okay. Do you want to add more, or we pass the mic to Gray?
I'm good.
Okay. So, Gray, what did you think of the movie I trashed?
Well, I think you were wrong on every level. So there's a reason why this is on everyone's. So I don't think it is the best film ever made. It gets like a 9.3 on IMDb. That sounds close to me, and that is with like 3 million votes as well. So you can tell that you're definitely in a minority of a minority, Multi. But that's fine. You understand this. So it is directed by Frank Darabont, which I do like some of his films. I guess he only has a few and then a lot of work in TV, but he is known for this one in The Green Mile, which
Those are his two big ones. Like the other ones he's done aren't really like. He did The Mist in 2007.
Yeah, which
that's
isn't
about
bad, but it kind of depends. And again, it's another Stephen King adaptation, which is odd. He does seem to have a certain relationship with Stephen King, where he kind of adapted a few of his non-horror ones in quite a good and effective way. I really like almost everything about this movie. It is not a perfect film. I don't think it has the issues that Multi is talking about. I don't think by any means they're plot contrivances. And then it's got just amazing performances from like everybody. So Tim Robbins is somewhat forgettable, but he's not the one that really goes on the character arc on this one. It really is more of Red. And you do see that in Red's journey and Morgan Freeman's journey. It starts with Morgan Freeman's voiceover. It ends with Morgan Freeman's voiceover. You see Red initially go in trying to say what he thinks they want to hear in the parole hearing. Eventually, So you see him do it 3 times, and the third time he's lost all hope and he's completely given up. That's when he's actually successful at it. It really is kind of more of Red's story. So you are kind of supposed to let Andy Dufresne kind of go off into the, kind of blend in as just like an average, everyday, normal guy. I think Tim Robbins plays that perfectly. It's really kind of an amazing film. So I don't know if you guys have read the book. It's a little bit different. There's like 3 different wardens. It takes place over many years. They kind of combine that all into one character, Warden Norton, which makes sense. I really like that change in this actual adaptation of it. It makes more sense to have like one figure that is kind of corrupt, has that kind of religious bent, and that's the reason why he wouldn't check the Bible for the hammer or whatever. And then also kind of has this no nonsense and perfectly fine breaking the law, having his guards do his dirty work. It really does kind of work to put that all into one character instead of 3 different characters who you'd have to meet over the years and kind of get to know. It works way better in novel form for that. So I like that adaptation. And out of the guards, I love Clancy Brown. He plays such a horrible character in this, Captain Hadley. And it is kind of easy to hate him in this, which is weird because I love Clancy Brown in like anything that he's been in. There's so many memorable characters that are just there. I really enjoy what they were able to do with just like little small scenes. For instance, the one dude, now I'm blanking on his name, but the guy who has the crow who ends up getting released, just his entire story, it just adds so much, and it shows what happens when you kind of Brooks, sorry, it was Brooks was the character. It just kind of shows what happens when you lose hope. And that's the thing, like this Andy Dufresne character, he went through a lot, and it wasn't just like he was taken by the I forget what they call them. It was I don't know. It was a weird name that they gave the gang, but when he is definitely abused and I'm trying to think of the best way to word that for YouTube, but yes,
I
he
get what you
undergoes a struggle snuggle, if you will. So like it's implied that this happens numerous times, that it's not just the one time. It's like sometimes he was able to fight him off, sometimes he wasn't. It is a shit life. We are treating these people inhumanely. And that was kind of one of the problems when this was first released. It really wasn't a hit. And part of that is like the political climate. We had just released in the US I forget exactly what they call it, but we were trying to strengthen the Criminal Reform Act, if you will, and trying to make it harder to get paroled, trying to make it easier to get longer sentences for people. So they really saw this as like humanizing prisoners, and they really saw that as a negative. So that was what most of the attacks were initially when this first came out, was just, oh my God, this is humanizing criminals. Can you believe this? I think it does a masterful job of doing just that. You happen to know that Andy Dufresne is in there falsely, but everybody else is kind of claiming that too. But even though you know that some of them were guilty of their crimes, most of them, in fact, but it still humanizes them. You see them as characters. Like Brooks does see himself as a criminal, and he's lived all of his life in that prison. He doesn't know anything but that. He's not able to live in the real world because of how we've kind of treated him, how we've separated him from society. I don't know. There's just amazing messages that are kind of hidden throughout this and played out beautifully in what they captured. Again, the music in this, the score is just amazing. Like you really do feel it when they finally, he knows he's going to the hole for it, but he finally plays some music for all the prisoners. And you just see the way that the shot pans, where it's down low, it's even below the prisoners. And then you see like the delight on their face. And finally it pans all the way up to this rusty speaker, just, this horrible device that is somehow giving them this intense pleasure, this amazing experience. There's just so many magical things in this actual depiction. I think it's one of the best Stephen King adaptations that's out there. It really captures the way that he's able to kind of create these characters that feel real. I really do feel like these are real characters in this prison. And then when you see, the tragedy, like for instance, Tommy, who is going to be able to, you know, somewhat exonerate Andy Dufresne with his information that he knows the guy has confessed to actually doing the crime. Okay, so that's how he's going to get out. And then Tommy is just taken out so unceremoniously and, you know, horribly. Just the way that plays out, like you would assume that it would put Andy Dufresne into like this deep, dark hole, but he doesn't waver in his, you know, spirit. And he keeps on. You don't know exactly what he's doing, but that's when he truly decides that, okay, I'm tunneling out of this place. And he is set on it. He has hope. It's really awesome. I think it's a really inspiring story, kind of with a lesson of not giving up, and just Morgan Freeman's character's progression through this as, you know, the guy who could get anything on the inside to being someone that truly believes Andy Dufresne's message. I don't know. I think it's really done masterfully. I think there are a couple things that probably could have been tightened, but man, this is just art on film. I just love it so much. I had a completely different experience than Multi, and it was awesome rewatching this. I really dig it. Just seeing the performance from every one of these actors, it's amazing. There isn't one that I would change. It does also get some criticism for like its queer coding, like the gang. Now I can't remember their name again, but it's kind of showing like the villains as gay. I don't know about that. I got a different message out of it. I could see how someone would get that, but I just kind of saw it as, you know, these are desperate men treated like animals, put in this horrible place. I could see how some of them would go into like animalistic behavior. I don't necessarily see that as condemning like any particular predilection or anything like that. But you know, I had a different experience with it. I just think this film is beautiful, and yeah, I can't give enough praise. I don't see any plot contrivances. I only see like amazing messages and kind of allegories hidden throughout this that are just it's masterfully done. I think this is one of Stephen King's best adaptations, and Darabont was really on a streak here for a few years.
So I want to ask, because you're saying that this is a good Stephen King adaptation. Did you read the book, or did you just watch it?
No, I did. It's been a while. It's definitely over a decade, but the biggest change that I remember is like that the warden actually not being one guy over the entire course of the thing, but everything else seemed pretty damn close. There's probably like little changes here and there, but I don't know, it seemed pretty faithful to me from what I remember.
You know, that's what I completely forgot that this was based off of that this film was based off of a book. So I'm curious, like, of how many of the issues I had with it are because of how, like, that's how it was in the book.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it was that way. And it's I forget what it's called. It's like one of his mixtures, like something seasons, where it's like 4 different short stories into one book. It's one of those. Sorry, I'll Google it if you want to keep talking.
Yeah. So I had a weird experience, and the both of you actually gave me ammo to my gun so I can shoot down the movie a bit more. I like
You're
that.
wrong.
I like that. I like that. Did you find what you were seeking
Oh yeah,
for?
contrarian. Let's go.
Did you find it?
Yeah,
Gary?
so like the original story is Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption, and sorry, it was published in '82 in a collection called Different Seasons. I could not remember what that was. Different Seasons, but yeah, it's a cool book.
Okay, well, I will give this movie after our talk. Just before it was higher, but our talk helped me out a lot to track it down to a 8.5 out of 10. So yeah,
Wow,
8.5
so
out
cruel,
of
man.
10. Great. But,
Wow,
Yeah,
but
that's
again, my
it's a 10 out
enjoyment.
of 10 for me, man.
Wow, that's still 85th percentile. Wow.
Yeah, that for him. You don't know his scoring system. It is wacky.
Oh, I
take
do.
him a
Oh, I
long
know.
time and a
I'm
lot
aware
of
of it.
palms to explain it.
My
But
experience
this-
was a 3, but the movie itself was better than my experience. So great.
Fair enough.
Finish your idea.
Yeah, so I would go 10 out of 10 on this one. It is just an amazing film, and it's inspired so much more. So the other thing out of that Different Seasons, it's 4 stories. One of them's Shawshank Redemption, or Rita Hayworth in the Shawshank Redemption. The other one's Apt Pupil, which I don't know if you remember that one from like the late 90s. That also got made into a film. The other one's The Body, which was made into Stand By Me. And then the fourth one has not been made into a movie yet. But it was a pretty powerful like collection of short stories. But I just think this is one of the most amazing adaptations I've seen of Stephen King's work. And it really captures the way that he's able to kind of give life to these characters. For me, it's not a perfect film, but it's a damn good film. There's a reason why it's on everyone's top 100 list, and you're just wrong, Multi.
Anyhow, what would be your grade out of 10, Parker?
9 out of 10, or 9.25 out of 10. I think it's very good.
Okay, but again, my enjoyment was a 3, and my critique is 8.5. Anyhow, before we move on to the Green Mile, I will ask Parker, what did you think of the first Captain America, the first Avenger?
So sorry, you grabbed me right as I took a bite out of chicken. So Captain America: First Avenger was Phase 1 Marvel. So this was back when they had an idea on how to make decent films, or at least films that were enjoyable for like the vast majority of their runtimes. Notice I didn't say good films though, because I do think Captain America has a lot of issues with it. But part of the reason why I get a lot of enjoyment out of it is because I'm a sucker for like World War II era, uh, and by extension World War One, and like that type of era, like warfare history. So like I thought it was cool seeing the set designs and the set pieces and the time period that was in. But they did a really good job with that. Love Chris Evans. Think he's a great actor, and I think he is the guy to be Captain America. Like he is Steve Rogers. Like and part of that might be because I was used to seeing his face on like all the Marvel stuff for 10 years, but I do genuinely think, as someone who grew up reading a lot of the Captain America comics, I do think he does a good job of embodying that like humility and like spirit of justice and goodness that he has. I do think the movie's a bit formulaic. There's a lot of spectacle and a lot of flash in it. But again, it's a superhero movie set during World War II. I mean, that's kind of what you should be expecting watching this type of film. I loved Hugo Weaving as Red Skull. Maybe not as much towards the end where he was really dipping into like cartoon villain level villainy, but Hugo Weaving's just one of those actors where when he's on the screen, I pay attention because I don't know. I've loved just about every role that he's had, whether it was The Matrix, obviously, or Lord of the Rings, or Hacksaw Ridge. I mean, and V for Vendetta. I just think I just think he's such a good actor that I just have to. He's just one of the guys where it's like, when I see him in a movie, I'm just like, fuck yeah, love this guy, let's go. So yeah, that was great. And one thing that I really liked about the film was its ending, right? And how he has to make that sacrifice. And that's especially for a Marvel film. And granted, sacrifice is kind of like undone at the end when he wakes up like 70 years later. But it's like for all intents and purposes, he dies.
Yeah.
For like the eras that he's living in, and I do think, first off, again, that self-sacrifice being in Steve's character, but also like that's not really something that you see a lot of in especially nowadays in these big blockbuster Hollywood type superhero films. And I do like that they were faithful to that comic arc. And fit well with this character and with the movie, and I do think it added like a sense of gravitas to it at the end, which I really appreciated. And again, maybe part of this is just me being a Captain America fanboy growing up, because my two big ones were Captain America and Spider-Man. But I do think there's a lot of interesting things going on with this film, but I do think there's a lot of kind of fluff and nonsense in it too, like that whole like uh that like love interest thing that lasted for like 2 minutes with fucking what's her name? I don't remember. Not Peggy, the other one, the blonde one. I don't remember her name. But like I don't know why that was in the movie. It didn't really add anything to it. I thought the I'm trying to think specific scenes. The I don't know. I thought the rescue mission when they're rescuing Bucky and everyone is a bit like, I don't know, that was a bit too cheesy for me with some of the stuff that was going on in it, and there's something else. I thought some of the fight scenes were a bit weak, but the final confrontation in particular, I thought that was a little goofy at the end. But there are a lot of I did like some of the other battle choreography where he's like using his shield, and the training montage wasn't bad either. You know, because that showed a lot of his character development, sort of like how he is, how you know, the whole thing with Steve Rogers being this undersized kid from New York. I think it's New York. I don't remember the city.
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Yes, thank you. And he's just this little shitty squirt kid, and he's like probably the most brave of all the people there. You know, yeah, that's cheesy. That is like bargain basement superhero type ability or superhero type personality. But you know what? I don't fucking care because it's Captain America. This is what America aspires to be and will never be able to achieve. Right? So I I do think he himself and his character journey throughout the film all sort of leads back to that self-sacrifice, and I think his character is by far the best part of the movie and is really the thing that holds everything together. Because if you had a guy playing Steve Rogers who was like some uh generic white dude off of the Skyrim character creator menu, I mean, this would be a horrible, boring, well, not horrible, but just a very boring, bland, cookie cutter type World War II era superhero film. But because
Why
of,
so white, Parker? What's going on with the racism?
well, if you want my real answer,
I think that's on Marvel, not on Parker.
if you want my real answer, that's because Godzilla 2014, the main character is this boring white dude called Aaron Taylor Johnson, who has like the least charisma of any person I've ever seen playing the lead role in the film. And I sort of use that as like my
Have you seen
standard
Tokyo
for...
Drift?
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot about that.
PTSD. It's all coming back.
Okay, yeah, there's another one. But yeah, I use poor Aaron Taylor Johnson as my sort of benchmark for if you can act better than this guy, you're a you are a bare minimum protagonist.
Hell yeah.
You're at least better than the bare minimum, which is him. So it's like whenever like there's a lot of movies like that where, you know, the main character is just some boring white dude, and partly a lot of that's also because that's like a lot of the lead mans in film. But it's also just, you know, just if you don't have a if you my point is if you don't have an interesting and a compelling lead character who looks recognizable and who
You're just white if you're not
and who
like
does
that.
something to stand like a crust above the rest, you know, that's a good protagonist. you know, but there's also a lot of crappy ones too. So that's sort of my point is if Captain America didn't have that, if Captain America had Aaron Taylor Johnson playing Steve Rogers, it would have sucked. It would have been boring, bad, horrible, whatever, not good. Same thing with Thor. Thor the movie. Okay, it's still not a good movie, but if anyone other than Chris Hemsworth was playing Thor, it probably would have been even worse. You know, so if someone other than Tom Hiddleston was playing Loki, you know, you would have had a boring, generic protagonist. You know, so that's where I'm going with this. So my grade for Captain America: First Avenger is I would give it a 5.5 out of 10. I do think it's slightly above average, uh, because of my personal bias and because I like the Steve Rogers character, but a lot of the stuff outside of that's kind of, you know, if I wasn't if I wasn't as interested in World War II as I am, then I wouldn't have enjoyed this.
Okay, I don't get that feeling, but I can see. Um, so next
So wait, what
topic,
would you give it? I'm curious.
I gave a 9.5. I liked
Oh,
it so much.
wow. Okay. Wow.
Um, and that's a 9.5 because I genuinely liked it. But yeah, okay. Next up is the Green Mile. So I will let you start as I copy paste Cole notes in the StreamYard chat. So yeah, what did you think of this movie, Green Mile?
Um. So I think I watched this. Let me check my letterbox real quick. I think I watched this. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I thought I watched this like the day after watching Shawshank, but I didn't. I actually watched this a year after first watching Shawshank, and I'm a grown adult. I'm a grown man. I'm 26 years old. I was 25 when I watched this, and I cried. It hit me a certain way where I'm just like,
Not
oh man,
multi.
this is like
I actually
I'm
admit
feeling
I did
something.
feel stuff. This I did feel, so that would be an edge over the other one. But I
And,
still didn't like the movie overall. But I will
and,
let you move on here.
and it's like it's melodramatic and it's you know spiritual whatever. It's really corny at points, but the reason why I like it more than Shawshank is because I was able to feel that. Like I was really able to like I really felt something, and it's a 3 hour film, but it didn't feel like a 3 hour film. I liked the I loved the characters. You know, I mean, Paul Edgecombe's just a Tom Hanks, whatever. He great, you know, a great character. I liked Brutal. I thought he was pretty great. Um, and of course, obviously, Michael Clark Duncan, who played John Coffey. I it's similar to Shawshank in the sense that it's a prison film, but this time instead of being through like the main character being a prisoner, this the main character is uh I forget if he was a warden, but he was like the guy who he was the captain of the what's it called, like death row for that prison.
Yeah,
So it's cool. It's interesting to see it through his perspective and through the other guards on there because you know that's a tough job, and that's a job that is a specific position in the prison that you have to you have to treat the position of being a guard on death row with the respect and with the dignity that type of position entails, because you are going to be the last person that a lot of these inmates are ever going to see. You are going to be the person who they're going to be interacting with for the rest of their lives. Uh, and you're going to be the one that's going to be administering their death. And it's very somber. It's very you know, a lot of people don't think about what it's like for the day to day for those types of, you know, for the people who have to work in that position. And I'm trying to think who was the little shitter guy who did not treat the position seriously at all, who was there because of his dad or whatever. Like that guy, that guard, I forget his name. I feel like
Isn't it Percy, or am I remembering the wrong one?
I
I
don't
can attest. I forgot every single character, but
Yeah,
I
it's
do remember
Percy
that one.
Whitmore.
I
You always forget every character, Multi. That's a
Percy
you
Whitmore.
problem.
Fuck that guy. If we want to talk about a film that makes you despise someone's guts, I despised him. The second his smirking little weasel rat face showed up on screen. You know, and no one else in that movie liked him either. For that matter. All the other guards couldn't stand him. You know, and for good reason. He was just a little shit who was a sick fuck who enjoyed messing with and killing them because one of the executions gets botched because of him. And I got off topic there. But yeah, it's a very unique film because of having that framing. And I think the characters do a great job of it, and I do think John Coffey's character is sort of a there's a lot to say about him. It's just he's almost like a martyr type, almost messianic type figure in the film because he just shows the like just a good person really who's just wrong place, wrong time, and you know, and as Cole mentioned in here, there's a lot of you know, racism that's like touched upon in the film regarding his character, but it's you know, it's really a shame that that he has to die. And at the end of the film, no one wants to do it. It's
because he's a genuinely good guy.
mm-hmm. And it's you know, there's a lot of like Christian spirituality with his character, and one of the, you know, one of the 10 commandments is thou shalt not kill. So when Tom Hanks's character sentences him to the electric chair, and you know, that's when all the waterworks start happening. But you know, none of them wanted to do it, and that's sort of the crime against God that happens in this film, because at the end of the film, the old man who was narrating this whole story was him, and he's like what, like 140 or something, or something at the end of the film. Like he should have died long ago, but because he did that, he sort of has to live with that curse almost. And I think it's, you know, I think that they do a good job of, you know, putting this type of like spiritual otherworldly element within within the film without overdoing it and without making it sound cheesy or weird or uh, like corny, because this could have easily been uh and I'm gonna directly steal one of the chats that Cole had, is that this could have easily come off as a corny Oscar bait mess with no self-awareness, but it didn't.
But
It's a genuinely good film. You feel so many emotions throughout it, and I think it's very well written. I think it's well adapted. I think the character acting throughout the film is extraordinary. A lot of so many of these characters have so much depth in them. They're very multifaceted, and I love it. I love this film. I don't care if that's 3 hours long. I could have watched this if it was 6 hours long. It's great. It's so good. And for a movie to make me tear up, that is extremely hard to do. And I was just from start to finish, I was so invested in this film. I love it. Love it more than Shawshank, which might be an unpopular opinion, but I love it.
I get that feeling, man. Do you want to add more?
Nope.
So let's read out Cole's notes on the movie. I will read out the first two blocks, followed by Parker the third block, and Dre will read the last block. So first block is Cole's note, The Green Mile. My only complaints would be some of the pacing in the beginning of the movie and the source material they had to work with. Stephen King's novel wasn't the greatest, so it left some characters, such as the guard, not having as much of a character arc. I do agree with that. The performance by the entire cast and overall message of the film, with Frank Dabarant's fantastic directing, was enough to fix many of those weaknesses. I disagree. Next up,
You're
Parker,
wrong.
you read out the third block.
Well, I feel like I'm in school again. There are so many
Multi has
incredible moments in this film, and Michael Clark Duncan's performance was amazing. Sam Rockwell was great and added so much to the role.
This could have easily come off as corny Oscar bait mess with no self-awareness, which I was afraid of, especially with how they would handle Michael Clark Duncan's character at the noticeable racism and capital punishment in the era that it touches on. But the director / writer and cast were talented enough to pull it off. Which
This I
Multi
agree.
disagrees with, but he is wrong.
That part is fine. Like the writers and cast were good. Anyhow, my experience, guys probably guessed it. I hated this movie as
And
much
you're wrong.
as
Boo!
Shawshank Redemption.
Boo! All right, I'm
But
leaving
I
too.
will admit, the best part of this movie are better than Shawshank, but the overall experience was worse for me. But again, the peak of this movie are peak. I also did tear up. So my first issue would be the residence for old people was weak and filler subplot. Next up would be
You're
pacing.
just
Time
wrong on that.
could have been
Like,
trimmed
you
down.
don't have the
many
beginning and
scenes.
the
Dude,
end,
that's
and you
the
don't have the
bookend.
narration of the story without it. Like, it is a
That's
pivotal piece. You're wrong.
those are the bookends of the story. It's the story within the greater story.
Next up would be telling instead of showing one of the prisoner backstory, and I can't remember what I refer to. Next up would be the scene with old people meeting the rat was filler. Movie could have been
There's no
ended
rat, sir.
with the main character
suck.
saying John was his last execution. Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of time, like by the end, that was just extending the movie. Fixed issue, it's 3 hour long. Hell yeah, you make it freaking 2 hour and you make a better movie already. Anyhow, these are my issues. Now I gotta say, the music was great. The sound effects were well made. The acting was on point. What else? I did tear up. But I tried to find where I did tear up. Damn, I cannot find it. So this means I don't think I teared up, or I didn't give a shit anymore because that movie
Yeah,
was
you're
way
dead
too
inside.
long.
We get it.
So I guess I did feel
Wow,
something.
Cole has an amazing comment for you there. Just
Cole, you will
just a
be
prediction.
surprised. You will be surprised, Cole. But I hated this movie as
Yeah, you're allergic to quality. We get it. We get it. It's fine.
The only movie I liked this week was Avengers, and I like the show.
Yeah,
I
you're
like
really allergic to
Lucifer.
quality, man. Like
You
this
know-
week was awesome.
You know, you gave Captain America a 9.5. You know, I could see it. I'm gonna recommend you a movie. Bullet
What?
Train. I feel like
I've
you'd
seen
like
it.
it.
I liked it.
Yep. See, I knew it.
and Cole didn't like it, but I did like it. But we did cover it last year.
I'll
But
recommend you
explains a
another.
lot.
Book of Eli.
Anyhow, um, so again, the acting was on point, and it was sad at the end. I did feel something, but I didn't tear up. Sadly, the guy
You know,
directing
it's
the
okay
other.
to feel. It is all right, Multi.
I will also say one of the highlight is the prisoner. They all felt very different. So even if I forgot all of them, I didn't place it as an issue because I thought they were entertaining. The crazy one that was like laughing and like doing all the craziness, he was carrying the movie on his shoulders, I think.
What the hell? You're talking about Wild Bill? Sam Rockwell carried the entire movie on his shoulders.
Hell
That's
yeah.
what you're saying? Wow.
I thought
Wow.
he was great.
Just wow.
For the 10
yeah,
minutes he
no, I
was
don't
in.
hate him, but to say he was carrying the film. Wow.
And the lead was entertaining. The lead was entertaining, but the inmate was more entertaining.
Who do you see as the lead?
The narrator, the one that told the story, the old fart, the leader, the
Tom Hanks.
I don't know, man. Do you really expect me to know the actors?
You're
Yeah, we do. It does
the
seem like
main
the least.
the main actor.
I have no idea, bro. I know like five
Oh
actors:
my god.
Tom Cruise, Daniel Craig, and Pierce Brosnan. That's like
Show's over, folks. It's over.
He wasn't one of those three. So it was Tom Hanks who played the character Paul Edgecombe, and then the older Paul Edgecombe is the narrator. But yes, sorry, you were saying okay, so you did get the main character in there. I just wanted to see.
yeah, it was cool. But yeah, we also had the really bad executioner that the guys talked about. I thought he was fine. He did his job. So again, not a bad movie. I do think it's worse than Shawshank Redemption, but yeah, I don't have much more to say. Gray, what did you think of the Green Mile?
So you keep asking me if you're crazy. I gotta say, after hearing your interpretation of the Green Mile, my answer is a solid yes. So the Green Mile is amazing. It is a beautiful film. Frank Darabont was really on a hot streak, and I don't know exactly what happened to where he just kind of went to TV because, like, goddamn. I guess part of it is there was some controversy when Shawshank came out, and it was seen as like humanizing prisoners. Perhaps he was pigeonholed for just like prison movies after doing this one after that. I'm not 100% certain, but I just think the way that he was able to capture both of these novels, and he was the one who did the writing of the screenplay, who adapted them. The way that he was able to do that and have like a singular focus on this was just amazing. I think this one in particular is a little bit more beautiful and poignant to me than Shawshank, but maybe it's that I've experienced Shawshank so much. Like, it was literally on TV like every single week when I was a kid. That being said, like, there's a reason why it was. It basically made, I think TBS was the station in the US that it basically made. But it's an awesome movie, but this one slightly edges it out for me, and I think it is Michael Clarke Duncan's performance. This is peak Michael Clarke Duncan. Before this, he had played a couple different bouncers in a couple different movies and stuff, but he didn't have like any really leading roles. But a year prior, he was in Armageddon, and Bruce Willis became aware of him. And then this same year, he was also in Breakfast of Champions with Bruce Willis. But Bruce Willis suggested him as the lead. Prior to this, they were in talks with having Shaq, the basketball player from the 90s, Shaq, he was going to play John Coffey, which it would have been such a bad movie. This really, unlike what Multi says, where he's putting this on Sam Rockwell's shoulders, this whole movie is on Michael Clark Duncan's shoulders, and they are some well-developed shoulders. I gotta say, like, he is not only in like peak intimidating physical form, but like just his serious acting in this. It is amazing. He really pulls off, which it could be such a caricature, having this magical character who's a little simple. That could be so caricaturish and so horrible. It could come off, like joke characters like Simple Jack or whatever. But instead, this just comes off so beautifully, and you believe Michael Clark Duncan's performance. Again, this is based off of a Stephen King novel. It's weird. This was a weird one that they released in 6 parts. It was they were trying something new, serialized novels. So it's kind of interesting. That being said, they kept a lot of it pretty close, but had to pare it down because it is quite a lot of story to get into this. It is pretty damn faithful, except for they paced it ahead like 2 years so that they could include the particular movie clip that they did when they take John Coffey to the movie theater. That doesn't change a whole lot. And then in the book, they have uniforms, but apparently in the time, they wouldn't have had uniforms. And also the electric chair wasn't in, I believe it's Louisiana at that time. It would have been hanging, which would have been a completely different movie. So I don't know. I like the changes that they made both to the novel and then from the adaptation from the novel. There's just there's so much symbolism going on in here, and there's so many layers to this. And you need the older Paul Edgecombe. Now I'm blanking on the dude's name, Dabbs Greer, who plays older Paul Edgecombe. He just does an amazing job. Apparently they tried a version where they were just putting makeup on Tom Hanks to try and make him look in his hundreds. And it just was a big fail. So I'm glad they were able to bring someone like Dabbs Greer, who has that gravitas and really could pull off that older, wiser character who's been here for over 100 years. It is so amazing. And the implications that everything is going on here, the layers, the iconography and the symbolism, it's masterfully done here. I've heard a bunch of different interpretations of who the characters are supposed to be, what they're supposed to be. I think that the fact that it is somewhat open to definitely a religious take on it, but there's many other takes on this as well that I've thought are kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I quite agree with them, but what is on the celluloid, the actual film here, is just amazing. It is a work of art. It is 3 hours and 9 minutes, but it did not feel like it for me. I watched it again just a couple days ago, and it is just as powerful. Every actor is just amazing in this, from Tom Hanks to David Morse to James Cromwell, who's in there as the warden only for a few scenes, but that dude is awesome. And then Graham Greene coming in as the first guy that we actually see get executed. Nothing about him, but just what he says with just his face. There's so much spoken. It is just such a powerful performance. I guess the one thing that I would say is this does come off as way more of a stage play than an authentic prison with a whole bunch of prisoners. There are maybe 5 prisoners total in the entire thing. So it's there could be more going on there to kind of flesh it out. There could be more guards that we see. But that being said, what we see is just amazing. That feels to me like it's kind of, splitting hairs. There's not much to go off of to say, this is not a good film. Every performance in there is amazing. The way that he visually captures everything. Maybe you could say that it's overdone with the lights having fireworks come off of it. And you don't see people constantly coming in and repairing the lights, which seem to, in every other scene, kind of explode. Maybe you could knock them there, but it's really effective the way that it comes off, and the way that they kind of make his powers come to life. I really don't question it. The last time that I saw it, it's just yeah, that's happening. You can tell that he's doing something. He definitely is affecting the electricity there. And then every time that they have to perform an execution, it seems so authentic and gut wrenching. There's so many ways that they could have tackled this subject that could have come off so wrong. I've seen way too many versions of that. They've kind of become tropes, but he just nails it, Frank Darabont, in this one. I guess my only other criticism is I think the poster for this, while it's super iconic, is a little creepy with like the super kind of shiny faced Tom Hanks. That being said, it is an amazing, iconic poster. So, I'm wrong on that. He was definitely right. It's iconic and it's sold. But yeah, I don't think I talked about the music in this as well. Just the score is amazing and just really it has a way of kind of drawing you in even more. For the period piece, like, it really works for me. Everything about this just hits correct for me. I forgot how powerful it was. I would have put Shawshank above this had I not just rewatched this. Yeah, now I'm agreeing with Parker. I think this one just edges it out for me. I really like The Green Mile. It is an amazing film, and I'm really trying hard to come up with things that I think are wrong in this, or things that could be corrected, and I'm just not seeing much, man. I think you're crazy, Multi.
So before we give our grade, I will ask Parker because I'm not quite sure. Have you seen No Country for Old Men?
Oh, have I?
Did you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this will be next, but anyhow, this is the right time to give away our score. And since I don't remember mentioning Cole's score when it came to Shawshank Redemption, he gave a 9.5 out of 10. And when it comes to The Green Mile, Cole gave a 9 out of 10. My grade for The Green Mile is a 7.5 out of 10, a bit above average. What about you, Gray?
Yeah, I got to give this one a 10 out of 10. It just hits on so many emotional levels. Yeah, I dig it. I love every performance in there. It really makes you hate that character. Now, like his name, Percy Wetmore. Doug Hitchinson does an amazing job of just making you hate this character. So much of this just like sticks with you. And I don't think I have loved a mouse as much as in this film. So yeah, 10 out of 10 for me.
And what about you, Parker? What would be your grade out of 10?
I probably give it a 9.5 out of 10. I love it. It's just it just hits me in an emotional and spiritual way that very few films do, and it's just, I love it. It's a journey.
Okay, well, this closes off this topic. And now, I said it, No Country for Old Men is the next topic. And I will let this time around Gray start as I copy paste the novel Cole has written for us. An
Again,
amazing
Multi
novel.
is crazy. This is an amazing film, and Multi doesn't know how to appreciate it. So he's going to say that this is bad, but possibly quality. Just a prediction. So No Country for Old Men is just amazing. It's one of my favorite films. It's definitely in my top 10, but I'm not sure exactly which number. I guess I probably should come up with that someday. But yeah, it's another Coen Brothers movie, but it is based off of a Cormac McCarthy novel. I love his novels. They are so interesting, and they have weird themes that kind of resonate in like the previous novel and the following novel, and it's so strange. There are certain themes that also resonate in this one that then go into the next one. In fact, the whole speech at the end kind of is about the his previous novel. It's a weird world. If you ever want to go down that, the novels are just as good as this movie. But I love this movie. It is so different in such a great way. There is a score to it if you want to look at it that way, but it really is wind. Other than that, the only music that happens in this is this mariachi band that wakes him up when he's in Mexico. Other than that, it is just such a stark film that you just hear wind as the atmosphere and the soundtrack. It is amazing. I did not realize that the first time that I watched it. And the ending to it is just, it's so iconic, and it took me a while to understand it. If you've only seen this once, Multi, you've got to do yourself a favor and watch it again now that you're not
No,
kind of worried about
never.
the plot. Yeah, you're wrong on that, and you are foolish. But there's so many layers to this. There's so many theories out there as to whether. So I guess let me start on the characters. They're all amazing. It is so different. You know, it is kind of deceptive in that it starts with Tommy Lee Jones doing a voiceover, and it ends with Tommy Lee Jones doing a voiceover. But for a good portion of the film, it feels like he is not the actual lead in this. Like Llewellyn Moss is going to actually be the character that we're following, the protagonist in this. It is very strange, and I guess in a way Llewellyn is. However, it is the story that's being told by Tommy Lee Jones, the Ed Tom Bell character. It is amazing, and the way that it just has so many different layers to it that all kind of resonate, that make so many different theories. This was my first introduction to Javier Bardem, and my God, Anton Chigurh is such an amazing character. His depiction of this with this kind of untraceable accent, he tried to get rid of his Spanish accent, and instead kind of wound up with this very interesting accent. It is kind of nondescript, kind of ambiguous, and that just works so perfect for this character. And then the way that he's always dressed in black and has this kind of, I don't know if it's quite a Prince Valiant haircut, but it just it mimics the character that plays chess in The Seventh Seal so much. It's been compared to that quite often. It is very interesting, the choices, and there's a lot of symbolism in just his outfit of that character. But that performance is just, it sticks with you. And then Josh Brolin is just a powerhouse in this. I absolutely love his depiction of this character, this conflicted character who wants to do the right thing, but it costs him when he does. That is just amazing. And then every additional character in there, from Woody Harrelson to Kelly MacDonald to Garrett Dillahunt, just so many amazing like bit parts that just really stand out to anybody but Multi, who for some reason can't remember names or characters. That's fine. It just, I don't know. It's just such an amazing performance. Even Stephen Root, who just is the one who hires Wells, everything about this, like every performance stands out. Beth Grant playing Carla Jean's mother. I hate this character so much, but it's because of the way that she's portraying it so perfectly. Like, they just all feel so real. And there's so much that it shows you without telling you. It doesn't walk you and hold your hand through every single part of it. You do have to kind of figure it out. And it leads to so many different fan theories as to whether, like, Chigurh is real, if Chigurh is just Tommy Lee Jones's idea of who would be doing this, and the character doesn't exist at all, to there's people having Fight Club interpretations of it, that it is actually Llewellyn Moss and it's just his other version. There is a couple scenes where Llewellyn is looking at boots. Chigurh seems to be very obsessed with his boots. There's a few other things that kind of tie that theory together, but I don't know if I quite buy that. Even if everything is just 100% straightforward and this is an actual character, just what they do with the Anton Chigurh character is just so amazing, that he has this principle. It doesn't matter. He's not there for money. You can't buy him off. He is doing something out of principle. It's evil, and it is beyond despicable. They have him like even try to shoot a bird at the beginning of it. Oddly, he misses, but it's that kind of never attack an animal type idea. It's definitely an evil character if they're going after animals. That being said, they also make Llewellyn go after a dog in the beginning of it. While he's hunting, it's coming right for him, but you don't feel that same hatred for Llewellyn. At least I don't. Maybe Multi hates every character in here. I don't know. But even though he has to kill that dog, and then You see a very similar dog at the actual standoff. There is the same breed of dog. I believe it's a pit bull. Also, they're killed. So it kind of makes you wonder, are those characters combined? Like, could he be the hitman or this mysterious Anton Chigurh? Could that be his other persona? I'm not sure. I'm not really bought into that, but I don't know. The one where it is kind of just Tommy Lee Jones telling of this character. There's a couple scenes that kind of lead to some idea that could be correct. Like when he's going to the hotel room, the lock is busted out, and he kind of sees that the reflection of him in there, opens the door, and he's not there. That could lead to that just being Tommy Lee Jones's, like projection of what the villain of this would be. Also, he happens to tell a couple different stories, one of them being the bolt gun that's I forget what exactly they call it, but the one to kill cattle. He tells that story, and magically the villain is using that weapon. There's a lot of different interpretations of this film. It works on so many different levels, and just the ideologies behind so many of these characters, they really portray them so well. I really can't say enough about this. The sound of it is just amazing. The fact that there is no music, it really is a score of wind. On the, just reading that on paper, I'd be like, I hate this. Like, this sounds like such a boring film, but it is so engaging. And just the way that they do things with the sound, they clue you into certain things happening just by the sound. I really dig the sound design on this. Visually, everything is just so gorgeous. I love this from the first shot to the last. It is very noir. They do kind of play with light and dark quite a bit, but I just absolutely love this. I am kind of a sucker for kind of the neo-Western genre, and then if you add that noir bit to it as well, yeah, this just had me from the go. I remember I saw this one when it first came out, like in theater. I remember not understanding, and with the ending just cutting off kind of so abruptly, it's like, okay, what the hell just happened? I remember going back to it the same day, and it's like one of the only movies that I've kind of done that with. It really affected me on such an amazing level. It is definitely in my top 10. I don't know exactly where it would be in there, but there's just so many tricks that they're able to do. And I think Cole's going to mention it in his, so I'm not going to go into it too much, but the Coen brothers seem to work with Roger Deakins a lot as the cinematographer, and he has a way of capturing images. Everything about this is so iconic, from when you first meet Chigurh and he's strangling that police officer to just, the boots on the ground. Just everything is so beautifully shot in this. The weird otherworldly shots of like Chigurh sitting on the couch with the milk, not drinking it, just holding the milk. That leads to other interpretations that like Chigurh is an alien. He's not actually a human. There's a bunch of weird theories out there, and I just love that this film doesn't hold your hand. You really have to do the math in it. I think that's a really rare thing in films. It really does treat you like you're capable of actually figuring this out on your own, and it lets you do that. To me, that's what makes this film so unique, and I love the Coen brothers kind of take on this neo-Western kind of noir thing. It is really an amazing film, and I think Multi's wrong in whatever he's about to say.
Fun fact, Roger Deakins also did the cinematography for Shawshank.
What if I told you guys I liked it more than the other two?
I wouldn't believe you, but fair enough.
I actually did like it more than the other two, but I wasn't a fan nonetheless. For me, enjoyment-wise, it was more a 6 or a 7, but in terms of a movie, it was far better than this. Anyhow, I will be right back. With that being said, I will hand you over turn by turn the paragraph that Cole marked down until I'm back. So basically, Gray or Parker can read the first one, and the other one will read the second one, and vice versa. I won't take too long.
I did not see the length of this one, but okay. I'll start it, and
Holy shit, where's the beginning? Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Found
exactly.
it.
Okay, I'll start it and then do a few, and then yeah, we'll let you go from there. Okay, No Country. So this is Cole's notes on No Country for Old Men. No Country for Old Men is another amazing film, and probably my favorite out of the 4 older films we covered. It's weird to think of this one as an older film. It is 2007, so hell yeah, I guess it's old now. Like I said, I remember seeing this in theaters, but so it's his favorite out of the 4 older films we covered. Cinematography is perfect and is also done by Roger Deakins, who did the cinematography for Shawshank Redemption and for Blade Runner 2049, and many others too, who's easily one of the best in the industry. He's totally right. The Coen brothers really utilized him in the beginning, and just so many beautiful films because of Roger Deakins. Direction by the Coen
Roger
brothers.
Deakins might be the best cinematographer I've personally seen. I love Blade Runner
For
2049.
sure.
Sorry, keep going. Just had to throw that out
No,
there
that
before I
one's
forgot.
amazing. There's another like kind of neo noir kind of crime one, Miller's Crossing. That's the Coen brothers. That one is just so beautifully shot. That dude has just such an eye. Yeah, I love that dude as a cinematographer. The direction by the Coen brothers is masterful and does the best job at having the audience engaged by the story. Such a brutal, bleak depiction of it all. Works as so many different genres as neo westerns. Every twist and turn thrown in adds so much. You're always on the edge of your seat in every scene, and thanks to Javier Bardem's perfect performance, who plays the perfect villain while feeling believable in every scene, and with fantastic screenwriting, every other actor in it blows it out of the park too, and fit their characters perfectly. Really lives up to the name of the title. All the characters being unable to come to terms with the new violent world this is, and not adapting fast enough.
Yeah, I like Cole's take on it. I will read out one last paragraph before we place on hold to read the rest a bit later. It can also be looked at as karma with the decision that Josh Brolin character made in the very beginning by choosing the money from the aftermath of a shootout instead of saving the remaining Mexican. So I will add this. Thank you, Cole, for sending this. It's like you're with us, even if you're not. So yeah, thank you, Cole. Anyhow, um, I will let Parker go second on that one.
Yeah,
Well,
this is it's so hard for me to characterize and talk about this film just because it's so the storytelling is done in such a unique way and a non-traditional way. And it's funny because I just had a coworker of mine. They I recommended it to them and I said it's one of the best films of all time, and then they came back and they said they hated it because but but a lot of that's because it's a frustrating film to watch if you're looking for traditional storytelling devices and a traditional beginning, middle, and end, because it doesn't really it doesn't really do that. It's not really a story as it is it's just this dude Sigur who's just a force of nature. It's just yeah, I don't even know where to start. Uh, I do like uh what you said about how there's very little music in the film and how it's mainly you're just hearing the wind, because despite the extraordinary amount of violence that's in the film, I'd say it's a very calm, very tranquil film. The atmosphere, part of it being in the middle of Texas, is it Texas or Oklahoma? It's like somewhere in the Dust Bowl. Uh,
the Dust Bowl.
well, it's all, desert and shantytown and whatever, and it's very, it's very tranquil. There's a lot of action and violence, but there's always this sense of calm throughout it. Like the opening scene, uh, there's that first murder that happens, and it's very quietly shot, and there's sort of a stillness that's over it, and it's just, again, this goes back to Roger Deakins, but it's just it's mesmerizing to just watch like what's going on the screen, what's being framed, what's not framed, sort of just the movement throughout it all, and just looking at these vast sitescapes of just nothing, and it's just calm. There's a quote that I like from Dennis Villanueva, and he says, frankly, I hate dialogue. Dialogue is for theater and television. I don't remember movies because of a good line. I remember movies because of a strong image. Pure image and sound. That is the power of cinema. And I think that's something that I get a lot from this film. I don't care about the dialogue. I don't care about... I don't really care about the motivations of these characters, because there really isn't any. Because Sigurd's the Grim Reaper. Llewellyn is just a dude who's trying to escape this inevitable fate. So what does that leave us with? This beautifully shot, composed film. I adore it. It's shot so beautifully. The attention to detail is immaculate. It's like it just has a look that you're not going to forget. And part of this is also because the material is based off of Cormac McCarthy, who, if you've never read any of his books, I would highly recommend reading any of them. If not No Country for Old Men, I'd highly recommend Blood Meridian. That's one of the greatest books I've ever read in my life. It's so good, and I wish it would have a film adaptation, but alas, it doesn't. At least not that I'm aware of any that's any good. But yeah, it's a very multifaceted book, and really, I don't know if many other directors outside of the Coen brothers would have been able to pull it from the book to the big screen and really capture that quintessence of just that this otherworldly type of like presence and feel and calm to it. The characters in this film are very interesting, and they're I love the I love the acting. Sigurd's just this force of nature, who it's like he's while Cole called him the Grim Reaper, I sort of look at him as this personification of change. He's this unstoppable force of nature that's no conscience. He's not just an angel of death. He's not evil, really. Well, I mean, he is, but he's not just evil. He really embodies fate too. And sort of how you can't escape fate. And there's sort of this juxtaposition between him, who is sort of what not so much what society will become, but the change that is needed to get it to where it's going. And the other side of that coin, ironically, because the whole thing that he did was flipping the coin, to determine people's fate. The flip side of him is the sheriff, Tommy Lee Jones, who is not personification of change. He represents old values, right? You can look at it in his face. He is nostalgia. He doesn't understand change, and all like the change and what's happening in his surroundings, despite all of this wisdom and all of this knowledge that he's gained in his life and his career. He knows a lot, right? He has all this wisdom, all this knowledge, but he understands nothing. He doesn't understand Sigurd. He doesn't understand really what's going on. And then at the end of the film, he just accepts. He accepts his fate, and he just becomes stagnant. And then in between both of these forces, you have Llewellyn, who is the everyman. It's you, me, Multi, whatever. He's just a dude in the universe. He's just a dust particle floating in the cosmic winds, whatever. He's at the whim of the universe, and he's stuck between these two forces, right? And the Coen brothers really, uh, his whole purpose in the story is to sort of show how helpless we are in the grand scheme of things. And it's just this whole film. It's just so. It is not traditional storytelling. There's a lot of metaphor. There's a lot of allegory. There's a lot of things that are under the surface with No Country for Old Men. And if you're the type of person that's going into it expecting like this like action film or this like crazy western or whatever, you're not going to enjoy the film because it's not that type of film. It's not even so much a film as as it is just an art piece. Really, it's just for me. It's a thing of beauty that's to be appreciated, and it's a film that's just so hard to describe and categorize, and that's really part of the reason why I love it. It's definitely in my I believe it's in my top 10 as well. So it's just so good, and it's a film that every time you rewatch it, you will get something new out of it. You will notice something new that you didn't pick up the first time, and it's just really it's remarkable. So that's all I have to say on it.
Okay. Well, welcome, Alex. I am glad to see you. Since we are in a tangent in between topics, I am wondering what movies have you seen this week?
I mean, I all of them except Angel's Egg. I
Okay.
did not have the time. I tried,
That's fine.
but you know.
You should do
still
yourself
have
a
to see
favor and
Time
check that one out sometime. But that's
Yeah,
fine.
honestly, is the one that interested me the most. Also, my
My-
cat is in the heat, and she requires a lot of attention.
She is an amazing guest. She is proof that cats can indeed love. Anyhow, I will read out the next two blocks of Cole's comment on No Country for Old Men. The next block is one theory a friend of mine on Letterboxd had, which will be repeating a lot of his notes from, is that Javier Bardem character is figuratively the Grim Reaper in this, as he doesn't feel human, has no remorse, with keeping even the most experienced, confident character on their toes, and his only mission is to delete Josh Brolin character and anyone who was in his way. Especially with the comment about whether or not you can see him, the climax, whether it's your time or not, and the coin flip deciding other people's fate. The decision to delete Josh Brolin character off screen by a second group who was after him adds so much to it, and I love it. So I will ask Alex, are you able to see Cole's comment in the private chat?
No, I am not. Wait.
Maybe it's because you joined after it was added. So I guess Parker, you can read out the next two blocks.
Yeah.
Let me figure out where you were at.
So it's
Central
after
truly
delete.
shows.
Truly shows how unpredictable the film is, and the frustration the audience watching it would feel is to mimic the frustration by the other character throughout the film that he kept getting away from him and never got to kill the one he wanted. It's also when Javier Bardem's character finally starts to feel human, and especially when he goes to his widow's place for revenge and she refuses the coin toss, which he used throughout the film to remove any responsibility for kills.
Okay, so Gray, you are next with the next two blocks.
It was left a bit up for interpretation whether he killed her or not. I would kind of disagree with him in that because they give kind of tells. You have to definitely do it, which he mentions right here. that whether he killed her or not, but you can tell he likely did as he was checking his shoes for blood. At that point, he fully feels human again, and realizes it's only his decision which results in his karma and version of the Grim Reaper, but in the form of a speeding car, which causes him to walk off to his eventual death. That's an interesting interpretation. I didn't take it that way. The line at the end with Tommy Lee Jones's character and saying how there's no fine line between good and evil or rules to it all that he thought of before, and that the universe is the only true law and order, with everyone else being along for the ride, was a perfect ending to it.
Top 2 favorite film of its years for me. That and There Will Be Blood, which is
Yep.
next week. Dang, that one I suffered through it, I've got to say. Next up,
Dude, you have the worst takes on film, Multi.
the level of detail and pure skill put on display is phenomenal. Probably my favorite Coen brother film. Perfectly bleak, eerie, chaotic film that's simple in nature, but a masterpiece in its execution and takes its time with it. It has at least something for every audience member to enjoy. I will actually admit with that. I will agree with that. Even if that wasn't my cup of tea, and again, my enjoyment was a 6 or a 7, I do agree with that. I felt like there was something for me in it. So I will dunk on the movie now. No, I'm joking. I only have one issue toward that movie. Maybe that's also why I enjoyed it more than the others. And I will also say this. This and Zone of Interest are the only 2 movie I didn't need a break. Well, actually, Angel Egg as well because that's short. But like in the longer films, I didn't need a break with that one. So I wasn't that excited or hyped, but there's Echo. But yeah, okay. So my only issue with No Country for Old Men would be pacing. The hunt sequence early in the movie was a bit too long. Maybe trim it down like good. I forgot how long this was, but trim it down. That was my
You're
only
wrong. It's
issue.
2 hours, 2 minutes. It's perfect.
I feel like you could have told the same kind of movie under like an hour and 50 minutes, but again,
You could
that's
not.
big nitpicks. Anyhow, the opening monologue was entertaining. The acting was on point. The shooter evading questions was entertaining. Again, there's a lot of things I did enjoy, but this movie was so long for me. The action was entertaining, and the antagonist was entertaining, and the investigation was cool. The phone call at the end was cool, and that's it. I don't have much more to say. Again, enjoyment wise, a 6 or a 7, but I do think it's a better movie than my experience could tell me.
Skill issue.
What did you think of No Country for Old Men, Alex?
Yes, sorry, I locked myself in my room because my cat was really really wanting my attention. She was biting me.
Oh my.
Yeah, so I decided to lock myself in my room for now, and I'm trying to make a way for my phone to stand while charging because okay, great. So No Country for Old Men is it's a goddamn masterpiece. I have nothing wrong to say about it, and you do know, Multi, that not every movie is meant to be an action film, right?
I know. That's why I say I'm not necessarily the target audience for that.
Because a lot of time you're like, not enough action. Yeah, but that's not the point of the goddamn movie. You need to watch a movie on its own terms, man. That's how it works.
That's not my issue, though. My only issue was the pacing. But yeah, you can't keep going now.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Like it's a hard film to think about because it's so good. I'm pretty sure you guys all praised everything about the movie while I was gone. Everything that can be praised about it.
Everyone except Multi.
Yeah, especially Javier Bardem's character very much is a representation of that itself. So I have very little things to say about this, except that it's a masterpiece. It is not my favorite Coen Brothers movies because there's some I like a bit more, but it is so well written, so well directed. The characters are incredible. The directing is incredible. I have absolutely no flaws with this movie, and you could not remove a single minute from this thing.
Agreed.
Everything is exactly where it needs to be. And I don't know. For me, I was never bored. Like I rewatched it for this, and I was never bored. I was into everything that was going on. The characters, the pacing, the rhythm. So yeah, basically, Multi, you are wrong.
Agreed. Best review ever.
So I guess we are all done talking about this movie. So we will give away our grades out of 10, starting with Cole. Cole gave a 10 out of 10. What about you, Alex? What would be your grade out of 10?
10 out of 10, easy. It's a masterpiece.
What about you, Gray?
10 out of 10. You're wrong, Multi.
Dude gives it a 6.
What about you, Parker?
Literally a 10 out of 10. It's a perfect movie.
9.7 when it comes to me, because I only had one issue. So again, I do think it's a good movie, but I didn't like the experience.
Yeah, but you're not supposed. You know that sometimes movies are supposed to make you feel uncomfortable.
Not that I was uncomfortable. It's not that. It's
But
just
you're
I
not supposed to
wasn't-
enjoy every movie like the way you enjoy a Marvel film. Some of them try to make you feel feelings that you will not feel usually.
I didn't feel anything.
User error.
I didn't feel anything. What can I say more? I didn't feel anything. It was passing the time.
How dare you have a movie podcast?
Anyhow, again, I do think it's a good movie. I just didn't like it. Next up,
I don't mind that you gave it a 9.7. I just hate how you got there.
I told you I only have one issue. That's why. I cannot.
You've
place
got
it
many
lower.
issues, sir.
No, only one.
No, but it means in your life in general.
Oh, okay. Cool. Very hyped. Anyhow, next up would be Angel Egg, because I do think it's the last topic Parker has seen, except if you have seen Zone of Interest, Parker. Did you?
I wish I did. I tried. But it got
Despite
out in
what
theaters
Multi
before I was able
says,
to watch
you
it.
should see it. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's on my list. I'm waiting
It
for it
is
to go on
really good.
stream.
So on that one, I will let Gray start on his thoughts on Angel Egg while I copy paste Cole's comments. So yeah, go for it, Gray.
Okay, so this is the one that I've thought about the most over the last well, I guess I actually watched it this morning, so I've just been kind of thinking about it all day, actually. I think this is the one that I would have thought about most. I think the one that is most impactful is Zone of Interest, which we'll talk about next, but this one has given me the most to think about. It is so up to interpretation, but 100% about symbolism. If you mention the subtitles in this, you deserve to be struck by lightning, because my God, man, there's like 4 lines in the entire movie. Like most of it is just played out with a very eerie
There's
score.
more than 4 lines, bro.
Okay, like 8 lines.
There's more
It
than
is so
8.
amazing. And like okay, well, I don't feel sorry for you. Well, that's not true. I pity you and your opinion of subtitles, because this is goddamn artistic in so many different ways. I love the hand-drawn animation. So apparently even the creator of this isn't completely sure, or at least says that he's not sure as to the meaning of this. Memoru Oshii. He is interesting in what he has done. There's some really cool stuff that he's done, and I don't necessarily like it as much as I'm supposed to. But this one, I don't know exactly what it is about this. It's haunting and really kind of sticking with me. Apparently he was going through like a loss of faith while this was being made, or just before he wrote this and then made this. So there's a lot of symbolism in there, and I've seen so many different interpretations as of today. I wasn't exactly sure that I got it right, so I wanted to hear a couple different interpretations. And there are so many different interpretations of this one. It really is kind of left up to you. But there is symbolism that, like everyone kind of agrees with. Like, obviously, so there's a whole bunch of, Christian symbolism in this. The fact that there is an ark, he tells the story of the ark, but with a different ending, one that is not successful. The bird does not return. There's so many different ways of. Oh no, phone
lost
drop.
Alex.
Yeah. There's so many different interpretations of like who is Jesus. There's obviously one character who carries kind of a phallic symbol that is also a cross, that is also a gun. It is interesting, and then it definitely has, a lot of symbolism everywhere. That also, there's also a lot of like kind of Shinto interpretations of it. There's a lot of water. That has certain symbolism. It is a man who, takes a woman's egg and destroys it. It is quite interesting. I thought I understood it. The more interpretations I have now heard of this, and like, who is Jesus supposedly? Is it the egg? Is it Mary? Is the dude Jesus? There is like at least 5 different interpretations that I've seen today, and I have not done like a thorough search of it. There are so many different ways to kind of interpret this movie. I thought I understood what it was meaning. Apparently, even the creator doesn't. That being said, it is extremely thought-provoking. It is one of those, supposedly it was like a stream of consciousness. It does seem like this is more of a stream of consciousness than a lot of them that have been claimed to be. I really like this, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly why. I think it's the same reason why I like a lot of different things, that they're ambiguous. It's open to your own interpretation. I think that's, again, one of the reasons why I really like No Country. There's so many different interpretations, whether that is death, whether that is nature that's coming, whether it is kind of a Tyler Durden type of character, or whether it is just Tommy Lee Jones' kind of imagination of what the villain should be, or if it's all straightforward. This has even more interpretations than that. And the symbolism of the ark, the fact that they're living in an overturned ark, the fact that there's these dudes who symbolically are hunting ghost fish or shadow fish, the fact that it's fish. I don't think I quite understand this. I would like to see it again, but there's so many layers to this, and just the imagery is so beautiful. If you're knocking this, Multi, for the subtitles, you've missed the point.
I don't
you
knock
don't
it
even really
off
have to read the
subtitle. I said
subtitles.
I ate
but,
it, but I don't take away points. That's what
Sure,
I need to specify each time. It does affect my experience as a viewer, but I will not knock off point for it. But it does affect my enjoyment.
There's
it
just
does.
Fair enough. There's so many different ways to interpret this. I really enjoy it. Yeah, I think I would like to see it again. Specifically the ending. The fact that there is this kind of young girl, but she's got this face that doesn't necessarily look like a young girl's face. The fact that the second that she comes face to face with herself, all of a sudden she becomes much older. There's so many things that I don't quite understand that I would really like to see again upon a future viewing. Hopefully I do understand it with these different interpretations of it, but it is a beautiful work of art, and just everything about it is haunting in a way I didn't know that I would like, especially based off of this dude's other work. I definitely didn't think I was going to like it going in, and I don't know why I've never heard of this, but this needs a proper US release. Apparently it never really has had one. They did an actual like DVD in Japan, but nothing here. So it really sucks that this one's kind of lost by the wayside. But apparently at the time it was quite controversial when it came out, and it almost ruined the dude's career. Sorry, my bird just exploded. Yeah, I'll stop now.
You know, between me getting attacked by my cat and you and your bird, I feel like This is a zoo today.
It is a zoo, but it's a very fun zoo because it makes it more unique. Anyhow, now I will read out the first block of Cole's notes on Angel Egg, and Parker will take over the second one. So this is Cole's note on Angel Egg. I don't have much to say about this one, as it's a type of movie I like experiencing more than describing, and I will allow others to do more. But it's another one of my favorite anime of all time. Parker, read out the second block, and then Dre will read out the last block.
Absolutely love it, and it's a visual and artistic experience. Love all of the imagery and music in it. This is the type of anime film great to show to people who are big film buffs and love cinema, highly intellectual films, art, and animation, but not most anime films slash shows as much. There's so much to get out of it and left up for interpretation.
Great, that's your goal for the final
Love
block.
the world building and animation in it. Completely flawless film to me. I'd rank this 5th of all time, above Perfect Blue, behind Spirited Away, Akira, Princess Mononoke, and Grave of the Fireflies, in no particular order there.
That's a pretty good list, honestly. That's right around mine too.
And the
Not
way
the
you
go
framed
for
it,
me, but fair enough.
in the way you framed it, the only one I liked in the bunch, well, actually, two of them. I liked half of them. Actually,
Yeah,
I
you're
read the name.
allergic
I
to
like
salt.
it.
We got it.
So Perfect Blue was my favorite. This I remember that much.
Yeah, Perfect Blue is a masterpiece.
Perfect Blue's so good.
Spirited Away was enjoyable. Princess Mononoke was fun, but I didn't like Akira or Grave of the Fireflies.
You didn't like Grave? Oh my god. Dude,
But
Grave's
these two
another
are
movie
still
that made
good
me
movies.
cry.
They are still good movies, and there are moments I did enjoy. Like I did
Yeah,
cry.
you're
in
dead
Grave of the
inside. We got it.
Firefly.
You didn't wait. You can't tell me you didn't feel anything watching Grave of the Fireflies.
No, that's what I'm saying. Even if I didn't like the movie, I did tear up when the sister died.
Do you just
Uh,
not like to feel emotions?
No, I like it usually, but
He just doesn't
again,
understand them.
I think the subtitle is a massive turnoff for me.
What?
I
There's a
just
dubbed version, right? You can watch the dub.
I could not find it. That's why I was stuck with the other one. But again, I didn't knock off point for it. It's just my entertainment took a massive hit. So yeah, when it comes to Angel Egg, again, I will specify it. I wasn't into that movie because subtitles. I just didn't connect with the movie. My enjoyment is a 2 or 3, but I do think it's a better movie than this. I only had one issue, and that was spacing. I feel like for a very short movie, the start was way too slow. Like the first 10 to 15 minutes, I'm like, bruh, too long. It's an hour ish, and you take way too long early. No, it does. It didn't sit well with me.
I think that's a you problem, man. Like it sucked me right in from the beginning. Like
Literally world building.
Later on, I did think there's valid world building I liked. The music and atmosphere were good. The world looks nice. The sound design was cool. The music, the action was entertaining by the end. So I don't have much more to say. Not the biggest fan, but I understand why people would like it. Um, cool. I do hear about it. Like I know that exists. I can't, bro. I can't. But yeah, I don't
come
have
on.
You,
It's so amazing too.
Literally go on 9 anime and there will be a button where you look at an anime film and it'll say sub or dub. It's that easy.
I tried that one, I think, and I didn't find it. I think maybe I'm wrong on that, but anyhow, Parker, what did you think of this movie? That I think you're the one that said, Cole, that's one of my picks. I think. Am I right on
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Okay,
this
so
is-
what did you think of it?
So this is one of my favorite films of all time, and it's another film that I find so hard to describe just because so much of it's open to interpretation. part of the reason why I really like this film is because it is especially for only being just over an hour long, like an hour 10 minutes long. I think this is an excellent film if for people who want to look into minimalistic storytelling. That there's a lot of showing, but not a lot of telling. There's not a lot of dialogue in this film. It's really just two characters throughout it all, and it's really, this film reminds me a lot of the video game series Dark Souls, not because it was also made in Japan, but also because this is the type of story where there isn't a story. And here's what I mean by that. There isn't a story because the story already happened. This is what happened after the story. And it's we are seeing the aftermath. The story is the dove never came back to the ark, so they capsized the ark and then built society on top of it. And it's there's a lot of, though the world building is beautiful. I've never seen a like the architecture and the environment and the sound and the music. It's just so it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just so, I've never seen anything like it. There is a really good review for Angel's Egg on Letterboxd that I would like to read really quickly. It's only 2 paragraphs, but I think it does a good job of really like encapsulating the film.
Perfect. Go for it.
If there could be no poetry after Auschwitz, there could be no faith after Hiroshima, in which mankind definitively proved its ability to create the revelation without the help of God. Oshi presents a world bleached by atomic fire, overcast in a permanent nuclear winter and populated by Leviathan skeletons forming building frames, diseased and aimless biomech weapons still marching in a war between long dead sides, and shadows hunted by ghosts. Through it all are 2 humans, a girl who radiates frail survival from her wispy hair down the short length of her body, but who fiercely guards an unhatched egg, and a cross-wielding boy who sees this possibility of new life amid all the death and can only think to destroy it. About halfway through, the boy retells the story of Noah's Ark, but tweaks its resolution so that the dove sent to find dry land when the rains cease never return, and the boat just keeps roaming the endless seas. It's one of the most intensely troubling monologues I could ever recall in a movie. A calm vision of existential absolute zero. This is the melancholic precursor to End of Evangelion's enraged catharsis. Through both, suggests that rebirth can only happen at the point of final extinction. And yeah, this is just, the story already happened. This is the remains of a world where there's really nothing left. And this egg supposedly represents the change that could be. But this girl protects it with everything she has. And it's only after the boy destroys it that something new happens. It's a story. This is a film that's really, again, it's an art piece. It's not so much a movie as it is it's an experience. And I have been so profoundly affected by watching this. It's really, when I talk about anime and Japanese animation and all of this stuff, there's a lot of, a lot of the genre I'm not really able to get into, as I find so much of it to be over the top and nonsensical. But this is really something beautiful and haunting and disturbing, and so many different emotions I have every time I go through this, and every time I learn something new, I pick up a detail that I never saw before. This is a very lovingly crafted, hand-drawn, painstakingly, meticulously detailed, crafted world with striking colors and otherworldly sounds, and it's really I this is honestly one of my favorite pieces of media I've ever seen. It's really I really trying to come up with words to describe it. I can't. It's really something that that you have to experience on your own and form your own conclusions from, because it's really uh it's really something that's open to interpretation. And I think that's a lot of the beauty with it, is because it's not there's very few that there's very few details that this is outright telling you outside of the boy's monologue. A lot of it is just what you see and what you observe. And what that means, it depends on the person. It's like a Rorschach test. What do you see in the blots that are in front of you?
Subtitles.
And yeah, if your biggest concern is subtitles, I don't know what to tell you, because the dialogue ultimately is not important at all in the film. And that's
But
all I
for
have
me
to
it
say.
is.
I love it. Well, that's a you problem.
Also, come
Um,
on, dude! You just interrupted like a beautiful analysis and think
Subtitles.
piece about this movie by just yelling subtitles suck. Come on.
True.
Do you
Very
want
well
to add
put,
more,
Park.
Parker?
I
Do you
love
want
this
to add
movie
more?
so much. I could talk about it all the time, and it's something that I really try to recommend to people who I know could appreciate it, because it's really if you walk into it without really it's kind of like No Country, where if you don't really know what you're walking into, it could be kind of jarring to adjust, because it's really it's really almost like again, the story already happened, so it's really just like watching like like just watching something play out. So it's really like it's something that oh boy, I lost my train of thought here. I'm just glad that you, Gray, and Cole were able to really appreciate it, because it's really something.
I'll watch it. I'm sad that I missed it, but I will watch it.
You totally should.
Yeah.
It is. I don't know how I've never found it. I guess it's probably because they didn't have a good U.S. release of it.
Yeah,
But
so just for
damn,
the
it is powerful. I
So
want to see it again.
so yeah, I
so
don't know if you know
the whole
this,
reason
but Mamoru
I
Oshii, the
found it.
director of this, co-wrote a movie with Satoshi Kon, who made Perfect Blue.
That's surprising.
It's called
And he also-
Memories, and it's incredible.
Yeah, he also Oshii also did Ghost in the Shell, the
Yeah.
movie. the
Oh, you're right.
standalone
That's
animated
another
film.
animation movie I enjoyed.
So
Dang,
good.
I
So
forgot that
good.
was around.
But yeah, I first heard of Angel's Egg through Vati Vidya, who's a YouTuber who does a lot of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Bloodborne lore. And one of the DLCs for Dark Souls 3, there's this cracked egg, and supposedly a lot of the influence from that came from this very obscure animated anime from the 80s. So that's how I first found it. But I am so glad I did.
If there's a prequel movie, will you watch? That's the true question.
Yeah, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
I will make one.
Now, this is a totally ill-informed thing to say, but from what I'm gathering, I don't think, I think a prequel would kind of ruin it.
That's why I must do it.
I would
No,
think so.
I'm joking.
Yeah, you don't need a prequel. This, I think it's beautiful by itself.
Okay. Well, do you want to add more, Parker?
This is it for me. I want to call this a life changing experience when I watched it, but I watched this during a period of my life where I was going through a lot of self introspection and a lot of trying to figure out what my purpose is, and really trying to figure out like who I am. It sounds really generic, but it was very it was a very thoughtful period. And I don't know. I think part of that's also why I have so much appreciation for this, because one of the themes you could take from this is change is scary and change is difficult, and it might be the worst thing in the world that you could think, but ultimately it could also be the greatest thing that could happen. So I love this film very much.
I do agree with that. I like that take. Better than the movie. No, I'm joking. I will give this movie a 9.7 because again, my only issue is one issue, and my experience was a 2 or 3, but it's a good movie. I just didn't like it. Parker, what would be your grade out of 10?
So before I say it, you know what's gonna you know what it's gonna be. But I just want to say I love how you're saying how you don't like these movies, but you're giving them like 9.7s.
Because they are good
I
movies.
think it's
I
Here's the
cannot
amusing.
thing, right?
give
Here's what he does.
I cannot give it 6 to a good movie. It's just unfair.
Here's what
His
he does.
scale
He
is
will watch a
impossible.
movie. He will not like it, but since it is considered to be a good movie, he will give it a high note.
No, it goes on my. If I only have one issue, that's
There was no
9.7.
bad aiming, and it wasn't not funny, not funny, not funny.
My only issue was pacing, so it's 9.7. It's like sometimes I do have issues that take out points. Like I did trash movies people liked. I did, like the Godfather trilogy. Except for the third one, I like the third one.
You gotta
Um,
be fucking kidding me. No, you're joking.
No, he's not. That was the only one. he
No,
liked.
no.
I think the third one is a great ending. I will say that.
I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the
When it
third
when,
one.
when it ended, yeah, I like that.
No, like the ending itself is really good, I think, but yeah, it's not a very good conclusion.
Again, Cole says, "Oh, 3-1." I don't combine them. I give 2. I give my enjoyment, which was a 2 or 3, and my critique. My critique is a 9.7 because I only had one issue. Gray, what would be your grade out of 10?
You know, I had one issue with it too, and I feel like mine was a legitimate one. My dog is apparently yakking behind me. The sound in this was atrocious, and that's because we haven't had like a real release of it. Like, just the audio sounded like it was coming from a VHS and had that like warble in it. So I wish the audio was better. So because of that, I'd give 9.5. But it is an amazing flick that I really need to see again.
Yeah, I forgot to give my score. I'm giving it a 10, obviously, and I do agree the audio sucks. It's not great, but I feel like that kind of I feel like it adds to the charm because it's a very old school animation too. So I feel like I feel like it just works even though it doesn't. If that makes sense.
I don't know, guys. I found the Blu-ray rip, and I from what I saw, like when I didn't have time to watch it fully, it sounded pretty good, but that's because of the Blu-ray rip that I found.
Nice. I think that's from the Japanese Blu-ray, which is like the only one that was released.
Yeah.
I wish they would do a North American one, but that is awesome if you found the rip of it, because hell yeah, that's awesome.
Cole grade was a 10 out of 10.
Nice,
And-
fucking nice.
So Parker, any closing thoughts on anything?
Well, I was really excited to come in and talk about a bunch of really good films today. Like I think like this list that we went through that I was able to participate in, aside from Captain America, which even then that was still a film that I enjoyed, even though I didn't think it was a good film. Like a lot of these films that we looked at were really really good films, and I just want to thank you for even putting Angel's Egg in the rotation after and after I recommended it, and I'm just grateful that people checked it out because it's a very underground and hard to find movie, but I do think it's a very good one, and it's something that I'd like to see a bit more love for. I always try to I always love these not underground type films, but these like underappreciated films that I like to kind of bring up and give light to the sort of have people discover it and judge for themselves its merit. So I think it was cool that we were able to look at it. So thank you
Yeah,
for that.
I-
Really appreciate it.
I almost took it out because I wasn't able to find it anywhere.
You could have asked me.
and-
By the way, I am very good to
Oh.
finding obscure movies online.
That's good. So Cole came up after I said finally I took it out. He came up with a link. So I was like, oh, okay, I can see it. So because I was able to see it, I also dropped the link somewhere so people could see it as well. And then I edited it back. But that was very close from being removed. And the same goes for next week. Come and see me. I believe that's the
Come and see is very easy to find, dude. It's in the
I wasn't
Criterion
able
collection.
to, and Cole found it, so
It's
it
in the
remains.
Criterion
But,
collection. It's so easy to find.
but we were close from not covering Angel Egg. So Parker, again, we are open for for suggestion always. So yeah, just let us know what kind of movie you'd like us to cover. Like next month, actually very soon, Cole will still show up here and there when he can, but he won't be as available as he used to, and we will need all hands on deck to find movies. That's why Dre and Alex are doubling up on the effort of bringing movies. I also bring a few on the mix, but mine are more known than others because I don't know that many unknown movies, if you know what I mean.
Allergic to quality.
There's there's a few movies I know I will recommend eventually that may be less known, but again, I'm sure you guys already have seen it. So
And then he's gonna
anyhow,
recommend Lord of the Rings. Like, I don't know if you've heard this.
we didn't
I
cover
mean,
that.
that's
but
a
eventually
great
we will.
film, though. Come on.
Yeah, but
We
it's
will
gonna be
cover
like,
that
I don't know if you've
eventually.
heard of this thing. Came out 20 years ago.
Yeah. And since we'll cover this, we'll cover Rings of Power. Hell yeah, let's do this.
I will actually watch that show for you guys. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm very curious.
Eventually.
You're not
And-
missing much.
And eventually, once Madame Web is on digital, and we
I
like
am
Marvel and DC
So
stuff,
excited to talk about
Yeah,
it.
I saw that in theater. I don't know if I can remember everything about that. It's
So
so
excited
yeah.
to talk about it. It is so bad in the best possible way.
Oh boy.
So yeah, Cole is there, and yeah, Cole, you can still suggest stuff again. I just don't want to put too much on your shoulders, you know. You're always, again, I will repeat myself, even if you're not as available as you used to, you will always have a place here. And once you get more time and once you feel better and stuff, come back, man. You're
Yeah,
you're
anytime.
one of the pillar of the show. You're one of the pillar of the show.
And also, apparently, you're the only one who recommends movies that Multi actually likes. So
yeah, because he knows me, because we've been doing this for 2 years. So sometimes I do decide what he recommends, but like I would say it's more like a 60 to 75% of movies he recommend I like. So yeah, he knows my taste. And yeah, so Parker, again, you're in the first chat. Just send suggestion, and if we can find a version of it, we will post version of it, and we may end up covering it in the future. Because again, we will need all hands on deck to decide of the planning.
Also, nice to meet you, Parker. It's the first time we've met. Hi, I'm Alex.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
It's nice to meet you. You seem like a very cool person.
I love movies. Follow me on Letterboxd.
You know what?
Hell yeah,
Actually,
hell yeah! What do you have going on your end of the internet, Parker?
Well, I'm gonna be watching Dune Part 1 and
yeah.
David Fincher's version of Dune to prepare for Part 2 this weekend.
Have
So
you
it's gonna
seen
be-
part 1 before?
Nope. I've been waiting till Part 2 to
It's
watch it.
very good. It is very good.
I will say I thought that was average, but he says that's very good.
Of course you did.
Yes, you
my
did.
God.
It is very beautiful, and that's not a bad idea to have waited for the second
yeah,
one,
he's
because
gonna see
retroactively it could ruin it, but I'm excited for it.
Multi's gonna watch it like, oh, not funny, not funny.
Yeah,
No, I had other issues. Oh my!
I
what happened
love-
to the camera.
I love Denis Villeneuve. I think he is
Yeah.
one of the best filmmakers of this modern generation.
Yeah.
And I
by the way,
love his stuff. So I can't wait to watch Dune, both of them.
by the way, just so you know, since Multi and I are from the same place as that director, it's his name is it's pronounced Denis Villeneuve. That's how
Yeah.
you pronounce it.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Villeneuve.
Villeneuve.
Yeah, you got it right, like in true French. You're on the right path.
Villeneuve. Okay, yeah. I've never heard it spoken, so I just like that's sort of just how I've been saying it in my head.
Yeah, for sure. That's how it is written. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's a very French name.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
You're amazing, Parker. Thank you for coming, and I cannot wait to have you again. And don't forget your suggestion. Always open for more suggestion. And that's always fun having you on. I remember having you on when we talked Star Wars, when we talked Spider-Man. I do think you were around for Barbie, but I'm not quite sure. I
Oh,
know
no, I
you were
was.
there for
Yep.
Spider-Man, but that we had Barbie the same day. That was a crazy,
Oh, yeah.
memorable stream.
Again, I
liked
like
that
Barbie.
one so
I think it's a very good movie, and I think you guys are wrong.
Barbie was based.
Thank you.
Anyhow, have a great day, Parker, and take care. We'll
Yeah.
talk later.
Catch you next week. I'm very excited to talk about There Will Be Blood, because that
Hell yeah.
is in my top 2 for movies.
Yeah,
Oh my
I'm
God,
excited
you
for that
will
one
hate
too.
me. You will hate me.
I
I
also
got
just like
feelings as
that
well,
one.
but yeah, I'm excited for that. I know Multi already hates it, but you know, looking forward to that roasting or whatever he's going to
We'll
call
get
it.
there. I dislike it, but for a very, very specific reason. And you'll see. You'll see when we get there.
You're a fan of milkshakes. Gotcha.
No, it's really not that. We'll see when we get there. I don't want to spoil the fun, and I
Yeah.
don't want to spoil you.
No, I'm looking forward to it, man. I like it, but I think for selfish reasons. I could definitely
It's gonna be
understand
my
why
turn
it's
for a
not
bad
Tim's cup
takes.
of tea.
next week.
That's great. That can make footage for the 100 episode montage I'm doing.
So I'm guessing you didn't have the same experience that everybody else in the world had with this zone of interest as well, did you, Multi?
I hated this movie so much.
course.
Wow.
I can start on
Just
this one,
so
actually.
many
I have a
bad
lot of-
takes
I have a
this
lot to say.
Wait, what we will be doing right now, because we missed the start of it, just give us your take on Captain America, followed by Shawshank
Shawshank and Green Mile.
Redemption and Green Mile. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's talk about Captain America first.
Yeah.
Again, infancy of the MCU, and I think it's an interesting one because it really leans into the political aspect of the character, which is something that they completely dropped by like the end of Phase 1. Because Captain America was a political superhero. Like he was created, the character was created during World War II, and he was meant as a piece of propaganda, against the Nazis, and they actually leaned into it. Yeah, especially I really like that montage where you see him on stage, punching Hitler repeatedly. So yeah, I think it's very interesting for that. But I do really like the character of Steve Rogers. And weirdly, I think I prefer the beginning of the movie when he's scrawny and. But he's got a lot of heart and he really wants to join the fight. And I really like his character. Despite his physical limitations, he's still he's still a very very patriotic guy who really wants to fight. I thought that was pretty interesting. So yeah, basically the whole movie up until he really goes on this adventure. I really like. And then once it actually becomes a superhero movie, I thought it was boring as shit. They gave lasers to the Nazis, laser guns, and they're like robots too, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember robots, but maybe you're right, and
Yeah.
I just forgot. But
I just remember a lot of glowing blue light on the enemies. And I think that Red Skull could have been a great villain. Because they had Hugo Weaving, who is one of the best actors of his generation, who was very, very good at portraying, over-the-top villains.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have anything to chew on. He's just he just shows up, gets the makeup done, and then he says his lines. He's very boring. Which is a sad thing for a character that could have been very interesting, especially when you put him in a position to Steve Rogers. But yeah, they kind of shat the bed on that one. And it's a fun introduction to to Bucky and to his girlfriend, whose name I forgot.
Peggy Carter.
Right. Peggy Carter. So yeah, I think as far as the first phase of the MCU goes, this is one of the better ones. At least when it comes to the first half of it. So yeah, I'd give it like a six or seven, somewhere in between those.
Similar to Cole. That's good to hear.
Yeah. And as far and Shawshank Redemption is a masterpiece. It is, until Dune 2, it was the highest rated movie on IMDb, and now Dune 2 has topped it officially. But Shawshank Redemption is a masterpiece. I mean, the characters are just so well written, so well directed. It's a very touching story about redemption and about the very, very real issues that the justice system has. It's a perfect movie. Like it's hard to talk about a movie that is so good because there's not a lot to say about perfection. It just is, So yeah, it's a 10 out of 10, of course, and Green Mile is also incredible. Like both of these are adapted from Stephen King books. That tells you that he's not only a horror writer; he can actually make you cry real, real hard tears, and make you a slobbering mess by the end of the 3 hours, where you get to know a giant inmate who has psychic powers. Green Mile, also a beautiful film about, in this case, very much about racism. I'll say that my biggest issue with it is that the characters are a bit too, black and white. Like the good guys are good and the bad guys are bad. There's not much nuance in there, which is kind of annoying. But also, I get it because it is a story about racism. Even though it does use a trope that has been very controversial among the black community, which is the trope of the magical N-word. Where you will have a black person who has some sort of mysticism or magical powers around him and kind of becomes a fascination of white people, sorry. It is a trope that has been criticized a lot, but because of a lot of things. But overall, The Green Mile is an excellent film. Not as good as Shawshank. I would give this one an 8 out of 10.
Okay, and now I am wondering, you mentioned charging your cell phone earlier. Is your cell phone better right now? Because you sound a bit weird. I didn't say anything because I know you were charging your cell phone, but
it's still charging. I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess now it's the topic we kept last because we knew you were a bit late. So yeah, I will let you start on that one. Zone of Interest.
Yeah. So I rewatched, because I saw it twice. I rewatched it last week, and I want to talk about Jonathan Glazer a little bit, who's a very interesting director. This is his fourth film in 20-something years. And he's a director that always, does something different, something a bit risky, something a bit strange and out of the box. And so his 4 movies are Sexy Beast, Birth, Under the Skin, and now The Zone of Interest. Now, The Zone of Interest is a movie, multi, that you are not supposed to enjoy. It is not the point. The main characters are literal Nazis. You're not supposed to like them. You're not supposed to have fun. Just so you know. And there's something that I find extremely interesting in the way this is written and directed. First of all, the dialogue does not matter. It is not important. They talk about trivial shit that doesn't have any laundry, and it doesn't matter. The dialogue is not important in this. What is important is the context around it. This is this family of Nazis who live right next to Auschwitz. They have a shared fence, actually. And the way this movie is directed is incredible. So first of all, you'll have the idea of voyeurism. You know, like the way every single room is shot, they're all always shot in the same angle. You rarely get another angle, which gives you kind of a feel of a surveillance camera. You know, like putting you, the audience, back in your place is like, oh yeah, I want to see this. Like, it's morbid curiosity, right? So this is a very interesting way of doing that. Yeah, and also like the way the house is set up, it's always a bit strange. You know, like that little table that they all sit at when they speak to each other, when they have conversations. It's very small. It's in a corner. It's right next to the dining room where there's a bigger table where they would be more comfortable, and yet they all choose to sit at this tiny table with 3 chairs. So there's always something odd, something strange and out of place in the frame. Something out of
Oh
place.
no!
Yes, something out of place in the frame that gives you this feeling of strangeness, like that there's something is wrong with this picture. Which and he always does that. Like with every single room, there's always something that doesn't feel right, which is a very cool way of doing that to get you to be uncomfortable just by watching people go about their day. Same with the look of the actual image. Like it almost looks like the film stock was put in bleach. You know, the image is very flat, very pale. Again, which again gives you like more of that surveillance camera effect that I like so much. Which yeah, again is a brilliant way of doing this. Like even the actors, just so you know, they put like different cameras in the house, and the actors like didn't really know where the cameras were. They just kind of walked in there and started doing their thing. So yeah, the way it's shot is very cool, very interesting. But the real big strength of this movie is the sound design, especially because Auschwitz is right on the other side of the fence, and yet you never go in it, but you always hear what's going on there. And so yeah, you hear the sound of death, the sound of suffering. And the real horrifying thing is not that sound itself, is the fact that at some point, while watching the movie, you kind of forget about it. You kind of get used to it. And that's the real horror of the thing, because at some point, I don't know about you, but I did, I realized, holy shit, I got used to the sound that is always there. And that fucked me up real bad, because you should not, get used to hearing the sounds of Auschwitz in the background always.
I will be honest, I didn't get used to it because in the first place I didn't notice it early in the movie, but I won't say I got used to it because I wasn't like, it's hard to say, but since I wasn't that invested, it was just a song like any others, even early in the movie for me. So yeah.
That's fair. Again, like this is a movie that can work for a lot of people and will not work for another lot of people. And yeah, so yeah, and the way like also these characters, interact well with the idea of what they're doing, like Sandra Hüller, who was also the main character in Anatomy of a Fall, plays the wife here, and her character fascinates me because she has these conversations not like with her friends, with her mom, and they're just like talking about how pretty the garden is, or what they want to do next, with the house, what they want, the renovations. And they talk about how hardworking the husband is, and how he's really like into his job. So and which fascinates me because, well, she is she's really profiting and enjoying the luxury that the death and suffering of others provide her and her family. And when you put her in the position to her husband, again, who was a real dude, For him, this is just a job, right? You don't. He doesn't seem to really understand that what he's doing
Is wrong.
is wrong or is gonna have an impact. For him, it's a job. It's his work. Like he's like, oh yeah, I have to go to this town now because they're moving me there for a while. And it's just a job. Like he has these really long and boring meetings about mundane shit. But that mundane shit is, hey, we should add a new gas chamber to Auschwitz. But yet, he's just like, yeah, maybe we could do it this way or this way. It's just his day job. And he doesn't seem to realize it until the very end, which is an incredible scene, an incredible sequence, which I'll get to. But yeah, so this aspect of those two characters, to me, are fascinating. So you have the guy who's, for him, it's just his job, and his wife and kids who reap the benefits of what he's doing and how he's making other people suffer.
Yeah, and to add more on what you said, I think what did fascinate me, I will admit it, even as someone that didn't really enjoy the movie, I was fascinating on how the wife was against moving, but not just because the job itself was to delete people, but because her dream house was where they lived.
Yeah.
Or their life was there, so she didn't want to leave that comfort, and she opposed the idea of that job, not because it's an awful job, but because that doesn't work for her.
Yeah, because they'll have to move, and she likes the house.
Yeah, that's what did boggles my mind. I will admit, this part is probably the highlight of the movie for me. The chat they had on the bridge, I liked it so much.
It's
that
insane.
was like the best part of it.
Yeah, and it's a bit absurd too, because so Jonathan Glazer, the director, considers this movie to be a satirical comedy, and I get why, because you hear these conversations like the one they have on the bridge about moving, and you're like, what the fuck?
Should be upset.
This is our greenhouse, and it's right next to Auschwitz. And there's like all these scenes that are darkly funny, darkly comedic, like the kid like playing with the teeth of the dead Jews in his bed, or when when they're swimming in the lake and the father finds like some bones from Auschwitz, and then he just decides to wash his kids, like he scrubs them with soap like an insane person. This is fucked up. It's also super funny when you think about it.
And I can bet that kind of stuff would really have happened under that German crazy regime that Hitler had, because it was brainwashing people into thinking it's okay, it's right. Like they what they were doing, they were not deleting people, they were just deleting the evil, the wrong in this world, the rot.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's very believable. And again, I will praise that aspect, even if I didn't like the movie. I will say that this was a very believable movie, and this is another thing that I liked.
You're aware that these two, like, this is a real story. Like, these two people are real, and this is a real house.
Yeah,
like they shot in the real house.
Yeah,
this movie was shot in the real house of Rudolf Haas and his wife. So which adds to the insanity of this whole situation that they have going on. So yeah, I do think this movie does some incredible things. Again, I'll talk about the ending again. That sequence, where after learning that he's gonna go back to the house and he goes down the stairs and like tries to vomit, but he can't. First of all, that scene is lifted right up from a documentary called The Act of Killing, about where we follow like a group of people who committed genocide, and where the filmmakers asked them to recreate the actions that they have done in the past. And at some point that happens. Like one of the guys in the doc tries to vomit, but he can't. So this is a direct reference to an actual genocide that took place and that we see in a documentary. So it's a very telling action that Jonathan Glazer would put that in the movie. And then you have this incredible moment where he just looks in the dark hallway next to him, and then you just snap to the present, and you see the janitors cleaning the Holocaust Museum before going back to him. So from what I get from this sequence, like anybody can interpret it their own way, but how I got it was, this is the moment where this man realizes what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like,
That's why I threw up.
This is where the movie ends. Like he realizes that what he's doing is horrible, that it's gonna have an historical impact, a negative one. He's not on the right side of the war, very much not, but yet he keeps going.
Because you've been conditioned to be like that. You've been conditioned to be a weapon, basically.
So yeah, this is to me, this is like as perfect as an ending can get for a movie like this. That being said, I do have some issues with the movie. First of all, I do think that the movie is a little bit childish from time to time, and I will explain. And that's my roommate pointed that out to me when we watched it together, and she did not like it very much. You have a movie in which you have the director is kind of like punishing you for watching it, like, oh, you want to see what's going on inside Auschwitz, don't you? Oh, you're curious about the Nazis, yeah, what's going on in their lives? Or what, you're figuring out that they're just actual human beings and not like horrible monsters? Yeah, that's fucked up, and you like that, don't you? It feels a little bit pandering that he would do that. It's like he's like, yeah, you're really fucked up from watching my movie. But he's the one who made it.
Yeah.
So which one is worse? Us watching the movie that he made for us to watch,
or him making
the movie itself? So yes, that aspect of the film is a bit pandering and a bit childish. It's like it's very edgy. It's like, yeah, I'm edgy. I'm making a fucked up movie about Nazis, but they're not the bad guys. They're the main characters, and they're people. It's fucked up, isn't it? So and I realized that only after watching it the second time because of what my roommate said. I want to fully credit her for that, and it's very much true. That aspect is very much there. So I will say this movie is kind of it's the middle point between an incredible satirical masterpiece and an immature child crying for attention.
I like the way you put it. It's just wow.
But overall, I do think it is better than it has more good things about it than that. And like a lot of people criticize this movie for not being subtle. Yeah, it's not the point. It's very much a political movie and one that's very much in your face. It's like right now we are living through a period where extremists, like the left extremist, the right extremism, is gaining in popularity. There is anti-Semitism going on right now, and neo-Nazis trying to gain power and kind of succeeding into getting it. And so for me, like, this is a movie that's like, hey, it's not subtle, but the time for subtlety is over. We tried to warn you, we tried to be subtle, now we have to put it right in your face. This shit is going on. Look at it. So yeah, for me, this is why this is the thing that makes this movie actually important.
Okay. Do you want to add more?
I'll say that, it's not a movie that you can recommend to someone, I don't think, because it's very much made to be unpleasant. And it is made to be disturbing, and it is also made to be boring. But through all of that, if you look behind the boring, if you look behind all of that, there is a very smart satire and very brilliant commentary about what we're going through right now politically. Because this is not a movie about what you see. This is the movie about what you don't see. It's a movie about negative space, which is the last thing I will say. This is to me why when we're outside the house at night, and we see the girl like picking apples and and like putting food for the prisoners. This is why these scenes are shot in negative, because it's the first time that we go into that negative space, the space that we're curious to see, but that the movie won't let us see. And I think that is very strange and yet very smart way to do it. So yeah, props to Jonathan Glazer for making a very challenging and very intense and interesting film. And I am excited to see the next movie that he'll make in 10, 15 years, because that's been a shit for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, like his record though, like Sexy Beast,
Yeah.
Under the Skin, like they're amazing.
Birth, I don't know if you've seen Birth, but Birth is incredible.
I don't think I have actually seen that.
It's really good. But yeah, so these are my thoughts on the Zone of Interest. I am very surprised that it has a nomination, any nominations at all for the Oscars, because it's not usually the kind of shit that the Academy will really pick up and put up in the awards.
Wow. You're surprised on that? I thought for sure like it was like a shoo-in. When I heard like the subject matter, it's like, yeah, of course that's going to be a shoo-in. But I don't know, maybe that's just me.
And I think Cole also suspected it would be there. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Cole, if you're still here, let us know if you kind of expected that. I think you did.
Yeah, this is my take on the Zone of Interest.
Okay, so I will read out the start of Cole, and then Gray will pick the rest of it and go on his take on the movie. So I will start off by saying this is Cole comment on Zone of Interest. Absolutely love this film. Top 3 of the year for me. Everything is incredible, and especially the production, design, and direction. I do agree with that. This was well made. The sound design, cinematography, acting, direction, lighting, music, and writing is all perfect for me. I think a lot of these aspects are also solid for me, but not perfect. Such a creative concept for one to show that perspective, and right outside of it all, where everyone can hear but doesn't even care and consider the most vile things as very tiny nuisance for them. Fact. The river scene especially was so powerful and drove it home with the characters and how they are in this situation. Fact. Cole, you spit the truth. So great pick up with the third block.
Yeah, many artistic scenes in it that I loved, which are reminiscent of Jonathan Glazer's other great works, such as Under the Skin, Sexy Beast, The Fall. The way the entire film shot is masterful, and there isn't one scene that didn't have a purpose to it. Even the black screen at the beginning and the end had so much meaning to it with what it was portraying, which you later come to find out. Sandra Hüller is amazing in it and is my favorite actor out of the cast, or sorry, in the cast, on par with her performance in Anatomy of a Fall for me.
Yeah, she's incredible.
The ending with that scene in present day was fantastic. I really have no flaws with this, and it's especially impressive knowing how little of a budget they had to work with, which is why they had fences up the entire time, so they wouldn't need to show anything that would cost too much. A fantastic exploration of motives and motives and authority. Authenticity, excuse me. Fair enough. That is an interesting explanation of it. I think mine would be a little bit different. I mean, I think between what Alex and Cole said, like everything's kind of been said on this, except for Multi, who will be wrong in a minute. But yeah, just the sound design on this is just amazing. I think, like Alex was saying, that really is kind of the highlight of this, but the cinematography is also amazing. Like you'd expect with a period piece, they're going to do that kind of like brown filter that everyone does for like World War II. And this didn't. It was really stark and kind of digital looking. It was very new. And then everyone's clothes were just like so immaculate and so clean and so new. It seems like it was designed for a modern audience, like to interest people like Multi who don't appreciate like period pieces or whatever. But I really enjoyed the cinematography of it as well. There was one part that was very jarring to me. I understand why they did it. Two parts actually. They were the ones referenced. The negative film. I get it. It's when you see a character actually doing something, you know, actually understanding what's going on in this, and then to hear it play out in the next scene where excuse me, my dog's barking for some reason, but to see it play out in the next scene where you hear that there were two you know, unfortunate like concentration camp victims that were kind of fighting over one of the apples that it appears she was placing in the ground there. And sadly, it gets them both killed while the kid's just playing with his action figures and dice. And then you hear the kid like mimicking it. I don't know, just that scene was really powerful to me. The negative did kind of take me out of it, but I don't know. I think it's a really bold choice to kind of show the actions, the opposite actions, and kind of a negative. And then to hear Alex's interpretation of it, where you know, it is the first time that they actually show you on the inside. I hadn't considered it that way. It does make that definitely more powerful. It's definitely a creative choice. I don't think I would have thought of that or done that had it been me, but I don't know. It's kind of powerful. It definitely makes that stand out. And then just so much that is shown but not exactly told. Like you find out that, you know, the husband is messing around on his wife, like even with this idyllic thing or whatever, he's still, and then to find out more about the actual character in real life, he was actually accused of fathering a child with one of the prisoners. So that most likely was a prisoner. I wasn't sure about that upon the first viewing of it, but yeah, there's just so many like powerful scenes and motifs that are just going through this. There is a lot of symbolism as well, kind of like Alex was saying. Like, there's a lot of different meanings that you could be taking to this, and that it feels like it could be a commentary on top of being what it is. But it is loosely based off of this dude, and he did run and try and hide under a fake identity after this. I got a different interpretation from the other scene that kind of took me out, and that was where it just flashes to modern day. I got that as, you know, it was kind of an exploration of just how humans can make the most absurd situations mundane, and you know, you can just get kind of lost in that. And that was kind of what I was getting from, you know, being right outside the concentration camp. Like, yeah, it's just every day, it's just work, it's just the mundane. And then that's what I was getting from the people actually cleaning the museum. But I could definitely have a wrong interpretation of that. I'm not sure my interpretation is correct or anything like that, but I don't know. It is definitely up to interpretation. There is definitely a lot of showing, and it's not holding your hand through everything that it's trying to say. When I heard the subject matter, I thought for sure it was going to be an Oscar nomination, and I didn't actually look at what it was nominated for, but it better be nominated for sound. This one just really is amazing.
It's Best Picture, Best Sound Design, and also Best Foreign Film. It's got 3 nominations.
Nice. I was hoping that she didn't kind of cancel herself out. Now I'm blanking on her name, but Sandra Hüller from the Anatomy of a Fall on this, because that would suck if she was nominated twice, thus knocking her out. But yeah, I thought the performances were great. Just there's so many like little powerful things, like the one kid playing with like gold dental fillings, like inspecting again, I'm sorry about my stupid dog. Sorry, my neighbor's dog is barking and that's making him bark. But yeah, like the kid playing with the gold fillings and just seeing really mundane with that. Like it doesn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Where it's like, my God, like how many gold fillings have you had that were taken out of victims and just like had a handful of? I don't know. That's just played as like normal. The kid mimicking the gunshots. The wife getting the coat and just like, yeah, you see it in a wheelbarrow. You know that this is a victim's coat. Like somebody was hiding this or whatever, and then she even sees it in the magazine and she seems to be proud of that. There's so many little things that I did not expect her to, want to stay there. I would assume like, we're just making the best of any situation where it's like, but the second you could get away from a concentration camp, like why wouldn't you? But I don't know. I just didn't anticipate that. This film really challenged me in a bunch of different ways and kind of took me in a direction I didn't think it was going to go. It's really powerful. If it wasn't for Angel's Egg, I think this is the one that I would have been thinking about most this week. But that other one kind of took over all my thoughts this week. But yeah, this is just, I don't know. It's a really powerful film. I can definitely see why it was nominated. I really like his Jonathan Glazer's previous one, Under the Skin. I didn't know what I was getting into. I heard Scarlett Johansson naked, so I was like, okay. And then I realized it was a beast. And wow, it is such an amazing flick that I was not anticipating. Especially like the little synopsis or whatever that's like a woman figures out like her true mystery, or I can't remember exactly how it's said in there, but it was not what I was anticipating, and it is amazing. I really like his previous work. I know why I like this one, but I can definitely see why people are turned off by it. But just the sound is just so powerful, and again, it just kind of reflects on that theme of the mundane. Like you could get used to that. You could get used to trains coming. You could get used to a crematorium going. I don't know. It's really powerful, and I've been thinking about it a lot since I watched it, I think on Friday. I would definitely like to see this one again in Angel's Egg, but yeah,
I'd like to see a dub
it's
of
not
both.
perfect, but I don't have anything that I'd really change in it. Like I don't think there's any scenes that should be trimmed. I really like how they show kind of the follies of these people, that they are mundane. They're not some like super soldiers. This guy is rather unintimidating, but my God, what he's able to like sign off on and just be a part of. I don't know. It's really made me think a lot. And I've again seen a few different interpretations online. I'm not sure that I know that any of those are correct or exactly what it's supposed to be, but yeah, I really like the ambiguity of this and the openness of it. It's gonna stick with me for a while.
Yeah. Can I actually add a few things, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
So we're thinking about like the end sequence, and even though I think my interpretation still stands. Also, I think there's the aspect of I think choosing to show the janitors cleaning the place instead of like tourists visiting is very deliberate. In the sense that it tells us that we're stuck with cleaning up that mess in the modern world. Because again, the neo-Nazis that are rising back up, the extremism that's coming back to power. For me, that scene says that also.
I can definitely see that too. The other interpretation I heard was that essentially that's him flashing to the future and seeing what he did. Do you think that is actually him flashing to the future, or
No, I think it's just him kind of, I don't think he's actually seeing the future. It's just him like realizing that what he's doing, it's him realizing what he's doing and that it's going to have an impact, and a very negative one historically, which is why he tries to puke before. So that's how I see it. But it's an incredible film, and I just want to say that Rudolph House, the real life guy, his kids and grandkids were very much against what he did, and for the kids, they spent their entire life fighting anti-Semitism and being activists against Nazis, and his grandkids are now pursuing that. So I think it's very good that this guy's descendants do not agree with what he did and actually actively fight it.
For sure, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you want to add more?
I think I had something else, but I forgot. It slipped my mind.
So I will repeat myself because that wasn't really my part. That was more like an Alex part. So the two biggest thing I liked the most was the talk about moving, and the main reason is the mother doesn't think it's just awful to move to basically delete people. She just think it's bad because that's living on another place. That's not the place of her dream, and that's not the place she likes so much. And this is deep because it shows how broken these people are. Like they don't realize how wrong it is to just move out somewhere else just to go delete some people. Um, Trying to be YouTube friendly. Um, so that's crazy, and I really like that argument they had. It told a lot about them. It showed that the father doesn't realize it's messed up. He doesn't realize it's wrong, and the mother either. They don't. They just don't. They live on their own bubble, and they are kind of disconnected from reality and what they are really doing. Um, and that goes back to my second big thing about this movie. It's normalized that kind of behavior, that it's mundane, as guys mentioned. It's just because they were brainwashed by the Nazis and such. And in history, I can bet families like that did live that kind of life, and I'm sure it's very accurate to really what was going on in the guy life, because guys told me it's based on someone's life. I wouldn't be surprised if it's accurate, it's on point on what really happened.
Yeah, and again, that house is real. It is next to Auschwitz, and they shot the movie in the actual house.
Yeah, and this is the highlight. This is the two things that redeemed a bit the movie. But for me, again, this is not as a critique. This is just as a movie watcher.
Allergic to quality?
Look at you. My judgment was a 3 or a 4, and again, it was hard for me to watch. I like these two aspects a lot, but
It's supposed to be hard to watch.
yeah, but the subtitles, it's just a massive turn off for me. And
The conversations they have do not matter. They are mundane and unimportant.
well, the late scene where they talk about moving out, that was my
That's the
favorite
one
part.
That's the
That
one.
was that was my favorite part. And the moment she also lied over the phone was kind of cool, where she was like, "Oh yeah, the kids are good," but the kids left because the grandma is horrified or something. um, yeah, I enjoyed that phone call as well, but it's not on the level of the moving talk or the idea of the family being part of this. Now, my only issue, I only got one that I consider valid, but guys will probably
I hope it's
sit on
not
it
that the
and
Nazis
scream.
cannot aim. Whoa.
Characters
I
are
wish it's not that the
forgettable.
Nazis can't aim. I really hope it's not that.
No, he
Outside,
just said the characters are forgettable. Dude, that is not
outside,
a problem with it. That's a problem with you. There's two
outside,
kids.
outside,
There's a wife, a mother-in-law,
outside of
and the dude.
the wife and the father, I forgot any traits of the others.
Well, that's also kind of the point, because the idea is that, yeah, these people can be your neighbors. They can be anyone. They don't, like, the idea is that they're not characterized because they can be anyone.
For me, character matter, man. I get your point, but because the rest of the cast didn't matter, and even them, even the father and mother, I only remembered them because of their exchange they had over the lake, because they one wants to move for a job and the other is like, "Oh, I'm good here." But again, um man, these characters, I get what you're saying again, but I will hold it against this movie. Um, and yeah, the sound effects are on point. It does deserve nomination or
It
something.
deserves to win, if you ask me.
Um, and the music was decent. Was there? Yeah, music. Yeah, there was music. I just read through my notes. The set design
You
was
don't
well
remember
made.
the piano piece? You don't remember like the very
No, I
jarring
don't.
music when she's putting the apples down when it's in reverse? Wow, man.
I do
You
remember
forget a
sound
lot of it.
effects. but on the music, I wasn't sure. um, but I thought the actors also did a great job, and it's funny how Cole mentioned the actress from Anatomy of a Fall, and it's funny because when I've seen Zone of Interest, I was like, oh, that actress looks familiar, but I don't know where I've seen her, and now it mentions Anatomy of a Fall, so I'm like, oh, that's her. I liked her better in Anatomy of a Fall. Maybe it's because I liked the movie more. I don't know.
Could be that she wasn't complicit in, mass murder. Who knows? Who knows?
maybe you're right, Gray. I don't have much more to say because I don't have that many notes on that movie. I will give a solid 9.7 out of 10. Uh, Cole gave a 10 out of 10. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, again, like I think it's a very impressive movie in many aspects. It's very important, but because of my only criticism, which of the director being too edgy and being like, yeah, you want to see this, huh? You like seeing the Nazis and you're curious about what's going on inside the camp. Like that aspect of it kind of brought it a bit down for me, and I'm gonna give the movie an 8 out of 10 because of that.
And what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I think it is a really haunting film. To me, I think it's a 9 out of 10. It's not perfect, and it's hard to put my finger on exactly what it is. It's really powerful, but yeah, I would definitely like to watch it again and see if I get more of an understanding out of it. But I really like the art that is there. I just, like Alex is saying, it's not necessarily enjoyable, but there's a power behind it.
I do have something to add, actually. I just thought of it, and
Yeah.
again, like talking about these movies really helps me with my analysis because I can, like dig further. And so this might feel weird, but with the way this is shot, again with the static cameras that kind of look like security cameras, and that weird like washed away image for the whole thing. To me, this was kind of this has the feeling of a ghost movie. And I mean that in the way that you are just watching ghosts of the past living their lives.
That's how I felt when I was watching the black and white moments with the apple, or I don't know what.
Yeah,
That's how I felt.
So yeah, like it has that kind of a feel where these are just these are figures of the past, living, or in this case reliving, because of the concept, because of the way that it's a movie. So we can, if you decide to rewatch it over and over again, this family is stuck reliving these events for eternity as much as this movie will exist, kind of like ghosts reliving the worst parts of their lives in this house that is haunted with memories, with suffering, and with pain.
That's what you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you a lot, man. I'm glad you were able to make it right on time. Well, right on time. That on the time you said you would. That was amazing.
Next week I'll be there for the full thing, I promise.
That's okay. Well,
hell yeah, you've got a decent excuse for why you weren't here, so no worries.
A great one. And I will also tell you this because now you're live with us. A few weeks from now, because of my new job, I will work earlier, and because of that, our streams will take place a bit earlier to end earlier. That goes end to end. So I will advise the chats once we get there. Probably 2 weeks from now, most likely. And the new time will be 4 p.m. instead of 5:30. And the aim for that is finishing at 8. And if we really push through, because sometimes it's longer, 8:20 is really like near the limit where I need to go, so that's why the time will be 4 instead of 5:30. It's because I work at at 10 basically. And I will keep all of you updated in the chat. Otherwise, what is going on your end of the internet?
Again, man, not much. I'm just doing my thing. I do have my letterbox if anyone wants to follow me. But yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it.
Any news on project you are working on?
Well, I spent so yeah, I'm starting my documentary. I'm starting to shoot it more and more. So it's more often now. Like I was doing that today. I was doing that sometime last week. I'll do it sometime next week, and the week's coming. So I'm very excited for that. It's coming up very well. So yeah, and you know what? Because you guys are cool, if you're willing, I will send you like a little thing that I edited also.
Hell yeah.
Which is not like interviews or anything. It's a performance. You'll see. I'll send it to you a bit later. As long as you don't share.
Cool.
We
As long
don't.
as you share.
Promise.
We don't.
I'll put it-
If you know how many things exclusive I got and they just turn on my computer, they remain there.
What? They're supposed to be deleted, man.
But yeah, but for me, I'll put it in an unlisted link on YouTube and I'll send it to you guys.
Perfect.
But yeah. Also, I did want to make a suggestion for next week because from what I gathered, next week is our worst of the year list plus like reviewing 5 movies.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be a whole lot. So my suggestion is that we next week and the week after that we do worst and best without the added pressure of reviewing movies because this is going to be like a huge episode if we review movies plus our lists.
So that's a nice suggestion. So since we are all here,
He has a point. That's going to take a long time to go through, I'm pretty sure.
What we could do is do what I call and Dre and the others are kind of used to it. Alex, not yet, but you will be eventually. Well, maybe not because that's the last season we'll be doing this. But basically, we got bonus episode. So this means we will have an extra stream if guys are willing. Since we are all here, I will ask you guys if which day works best. Wednesday is locked on for the other stream, but the other days, which day works the best for Alex, and then which days works the best for Gray? What works the best for you for the bonus?
For me, I will have to check my schedule, and I will get back to you on that tomorrow. Is that cool?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. You get back at me tomorrow. And you, what about you, Gray? Do you have any idea right now which day works best for you?
I'm not sure. Thursday might work, but yeah, I can probably move stuff around if I need to.
Okay, so Thursday, I know you have Darn Kite, so that would be like around our usual time because it's just worse and tough. So if it's Thursday, it will be like 5:30 Eastern time. So my time, I don't know what it is for your time, but it would be like the old regular time. Okay, so that would work. So for you, Thursday would work. Otherwise,
yeah, but we'll see if Alex has like other obligations or whatever. I can probably move stuff around.
There's always Monday for me, and again, weekends now I'm fine, but weekends is like the last option because I know people have stuff going on, and a lot of people wants to stream as well on the weekend. So, like the best option would be like either Monday, Thursday, or maybe Friday, depending on the both of you. So let me know tomorrow, Alex, when you're available. So the way it will go is we have our usual Tuesday reviews. And the same week, depending on availabilities and such, we will have a bonus stream where we cover the worst and top.
Cool. Yeah, because I know myself. I will have a lot to say about each of these movies in my list, so that's why.
Yeah, I don't know if any of us are going to be like real quick on that. That's probably a really good call.
Yeah, that's a really good call. And again, you're part of the show just like Cole and Dre. So if you need to say something, say it, man.
Yeah, I mean that's why I did.
Yeah, so that's great. I didn't thought of it, but you're right. man. Good call. Anyhow, thank you, Alex. Great
Pleasure,
night. Still have topics to cover. Well, one last topic. Have a great night, and thank you a lot, and take care.
Thanks
will
for
see
bringing
you
sense to the
next week.
podcast.
Yeah.
Bye.
So the final topic, the moment of truth, the Halo TV show. So
I am surprised, man. I got to be honest. I did not expect to like it, and I actually liked the last episode. And everything about it was saying that I should not. So, yeah, I'm intrigued. I think they might have peaked, but we'll see.
Before we dive deep into it, I will ask you, what's your experience with the first 3 episodes?
Yeah.
So far.
So I was not as enthused with the first one as you were. So I had it kind of spoiled for me. Not like you told me what was happening, but just that like you're gonna like it. And maybe that was built up too much because maybe going into it like blank, maybe I would have liked that first one. It's definitely setting up to get to this, which I like where they just got to in this last episode. But I don't know. So there was bits of action in the first episode, which were pretty cool. That was actually somewhat reminiscent of the game. They're actually in their uniforms. He actually has the helmet on. Like, hell yeah, this feels like actual Halo. There's like this attack. I liked the battle scene there. A little bit of it gets kind of when they get back to the base, but I kind of like that they're setting up this evil person in charge that you can't trust, but somehow has seen battle. I don't know. I don't hate it. So there's potential there. I just hate that like the planet is getting shot by this giant laser that's going to take everything out. Master Chief could save these people, and they're like, no, our destiny, and then they just walk into lava. I don't know. Like it just seems so on the nose for them to be like, you must remember prophecy. The prophecy is like I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. So I got to be honest. That really detracted from it for me. There is a lot of things to somewhat laugh at. But my dog is barking at the neighbor's dog. Not good. But yeah, episode 2 was kind of downhill from there. So 1 was kind of tolerable for me. 2, I really didn't like. I'm forgetting most of what happened. I remember there's a lot of kind of going into the backstory. I think we meet the family of the person that he saved. I'm trying to remember exactly what happens in 2. I remember not digging it that much and just wanting it to kind of get more to Halo stuff. That being said, they were setting up some of this. I guess that's when what's his name gets arrested or whatever, and they're bringing him to Reach.
Soren.
Yes, Soren. So they're setting up that he's going to be there. I think he arrives there in 3, along with whatever her name is. And then they've kind of set up I'm horrible with the names. I should remember them. And then so they're setting them up and that they're in this like prison, whatever, prison, whatever the hell you want to call that thing, the cell that seems to be like a holodeck. I don't know. There's elements of it that are really cool. There's elements of sci-fi that are neat, but they don't quite feel like it's part of this. I'm so sorry. They are barking.
That's fine. That's what's going on when you got a zoo.
Yeah, I have a zoo here. But there's elements of it that kind of feel right. There's some of it that like I get where they're going with it, but none of it really connected for me until episode 4. 3 and 2 kind of blend together for me. I remember not liking it, kind of being like, okay, so they're going back to the same season 1 thing. That being said, they set up a lot of things for where 4 gets to, and then 4 is just kind of actually really good from the beginning to the end. As far as Halo goes for me, I think this is my favorite episode overall, which is not saying a ton, but I don't know. I actually enjoyed it. I think there are some things that could have been done better. I think they could have given a more honorable death to, now I'm forgetting the Spartan's name, who gets the needler thing stabbed into his chest. The character, he does more in the actual game, I don't know. Like from what I understand, like I don't know. It's interesting that they chose to kill him off there. So it probably is leading to something. I guess I got a spoiler. So I guess it's leading to probably another event. So it's kind of weird. Like I don't know if they're building up these events quite as big as they should be. I do have issues with it still. So I guess I like that Spartan. Now I'm forgetting his name. I like his character progression. It shows him with the pigeons at the beginning, and then unfortunately after his demise, it again shows us pigeons. All right, I do like how it kind of bookended the episode at the beginning and end. That was somewhat cinematic. I like the vision that they're going for there. It seemed artistic, but not like over the top. I dig it. I get that they're not supposed to have their armor because it was stolen. I don't know. I have some problems with it. From what I understand, like this is supposed to be a huge invasion on like their stronghold. It doesn't feel like there's anyone there to like actually be a stronghold or anything like that. It just feels like everything is just so undefended, so indefensible as opposed to having like actual defenses ready to go for this place. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it was quite earned. I think it should have been more of a build up to more of an actual battle. But maybe I'm just nitpicking and I just want to see more battle. I just think this could have been split into two and you'd have more of a setup on it than more of the actual battle. Then you'd get to this outcome. I don't hate the outcome where it got to. It kind of makes sense to me. I'm not huge into this game, but I did have kind of the plot explained to me, and it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I didn't make it up to Reach, but yeah, it is interesting. I cared for a lot of the characters. I think they gave an honorable death to another character. I think it was actually portrayed quite well. Which is weird because that character does have more stuff that goes on later in the future as well. So I guess they're going to switch that to a different one. But yeah, I think they actually did it well in order to save everyone. And I thought the realization from Master Chief when he's talking to, now I can't remember his name, but the dude in charge of the Spartans or whatever, when he's talking to him and convinces him not to just go into battle on that first charge, that everybody else needs him. And then he realizes that he could save all of them by doing a very selfless act. I thought that was pretty badass. I don't know. I like this way more than I expected to. Maybe I was in the right state of mind and I'd seen kind of a depressing movie just before this. So perhaps that it was just the juxtaposition made it the right place, the right time. But if they can keep up the quality of this, I will change my opinion on the show. I don't think they will. I think they took a little long to get to here, and then I think they went through it pretty quick, considering the material that they had to work with. They're making interesting choices, but at least things are kind of moving now. I'm hoping it gets a little bit more action from here, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's about my thoughts on it.
You know,
what are your thoughts?
That makes me laugh a bit because I feel like in the first two episodes, I was just like what you said, in the right state of mind. And I feel like I have blinders because starting with episode 3 and 4 as well, I started seeing more issues and stuff coming back from season 1. So I have a very different experience where I'm sure if I rewatch 1 and 2, I may end up having more issues, but so far, sorry about that. So far, these are my favorite episodes, but I will say that episode 4 had a lot of action going on, and I liked a lot. Like, just in terms of entertainment and enjoyment, 4 is my favorite, but I don't think it's the best, and maybe it's just my blinders talking. But, yeah, so to kind of defend what's going on, you said, oh, they don't really try to defend. I get it, but that's also the point of the meeting Chief had in, I believe it was 2 or 3, I can't remember which one, but Chief basically told the guy, why aren't you attacking back? And the guy's like, oh, I'm playing the long game and I'm smarter and
I gotcha. And then he had Cortana run all the simulations and there was none that they'd win. I just wouldn't think that they would clear out like every weapon essentially. Like if it is this
Yeah.
stronghold, like it should have some sort of defense, even if it's unmanned. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but okay. So I it's all over the place. It's messy what I'm talking about because I didn't note. Well, I did take notes, and I will go over the notes after. But it's more like stuff that comes to my mind when I think of the Halo show right now. Is I feel like there's two things that bothers me a lot, but so far I won't hold it against the show because the season is not over yet, and maybe the payoff will be great. But the first issue I do have so far is McKee. She was supposed to die in season 1, and for like 4 episodes she's showing up here and there, and she does stuff, and I'm like, I need an explanation. You won't get away with it. If in the end of the season she's just alive because reasons, and the reason and explanation behind why she is still alive doesn't work for me, I will hold it against the TV show because what's
Fair
the
enough.
point of
They did not do that well.
yeah, so far it's a potential issue. It's not yet because again the season is not over, so I won't hold it against the show right now. But at the end of the season, you need to tell me, how is she alive? So that's my first thing. The second thing is that new All Z character, the new chief of the Spartan program or whatever, the new guy. He is enjoyable, he is entertaining, and I feel like he is depicted as someone that is very smart, but his decision making tells otherwise. So I feel like either he is some kind of double agent where he will backstab UNSC or whatever, or they just don't know how to frame that character and they don't know how to write him. So in the end of the season, if there's a big payoff, oh, he was a double agent the entire time. Okay, I've seen it coming, but at least it kind of makes sense. But like, you cannot depict your character as being smart, but doing stupid decision like not listening to your soldier or pretending the soldier is crazy. So again, that's a future potential issue where the character doesn't make sense, or if they're smart, they make him a double agent and make him a villain. But again, that would create another like sub issue, if you can call it that way, is oh, we just got a second Aussie, but this time around that's a guy instead of a girl. It's like Aussie was a villain all along. Now are you doing the same thing with the Spartan program? The new leader of the Spartan program is the villain again. Is it the case again?
It seems a little different because he's just obsessed with like whatever version 3 or whatever, and just doesn't care about version 2. But I don't know. Like, still, why wouldn't he take Cortana if Cortana can run every simulation and he relied on that? I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand.
And if you really want to win the war, why you bench your options? Because he does bench like Chief and the others. Like it's so off and weird. So again, maybe there's a twist incoming eventually, and that will make sense. But if they don't justify his stupid decision making on a character that should be smart, that will bother me a lot. So this is kind of out of the way. Now, in episode 4, I got a few issues. Bad lightning. So far this season, the lightning has been horrendous. But like, the probably one of the first few shots in episode 4 had really bad lightning. I couldn't see shit. Next up would be camera work wasn't great. It was all blurry, and it diminished the action sequence. That was early in the episode. Can't remember when exactly because I've seen that like a few days ago. Next up would be plot armor on the girl sidekick. She was thrown like a ragdoll by a super strength, yet she could run side by side with Master Chief. And she didn't wear any suit or anything, so yeah, apparently now human can tank that kind of punch. Amazing. And I don't think she was depicted as being a Spartan. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misread something. But even there, she doesn't have a damn suit. So, like, what's the point of the suit if you can be thrown like a ragdoll and still run after that? Next up would be editing. wasn't great. The episode felt all over the place with its A plot involving Master Chief and the B plot with Sorin and Ozzy. So I feel like if we had all of the Master Chief stuff in one shot and then all of the Sorin stuff in one shot, the episode would have been better. But they kept cutting Sorin, Chief. I'm like, I like both stuff, but I don't like how they blend it and mix it together. And maybe the intent was like, oh, it's all happening at the same time. But even there, I don't like how they cut it, because I feel like Sorin and Ozzy, there wasn't that much action, so it was kind of breaking the pacing. Even if the story was entertaining with them, like it did cut from the action with Master Chief, you know. I don't know if you get what I mean, what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting way of doing it. Sometimes it takes away too when you do like a big block of like, okay, this is Master Chief's experience. Now this is whatever Halsey's experience or whatever. You know, like I don't know if you put up a title card or something and then like just play like the same, because it is kind of a trope. Like I've seen a lot of episodes that way where like, you know, it's this character's point of view and then it's this character's point of view and it all goes up to like the same incident and then it kind of comes together at the end. I don't know. You could do it that way. It feels like that would be very stylized. I don't think they necessarily cut it together where it works well, where they're switching between the characters, but I don't know. It doesn't take me out nearly as much as it took you out. But I get what you're saying.
And again, I liked the Sorin and Elsie stuff. I liked it. I liked both plot lines, but I just feel like they didn't mash them well together. It feels like you're watching two different episodes where, oh, you have all of the action on one side and on the other side you have like the character drama and stuff. It's like you're really watching two different shows like in the same episode. It just doesn't work with me. So next up would be more bad lightning. Next up would be plot convenience, finding an axe in some random hallway. It's like, bruh, okay, whatever. So next up would be something I didn't really address in past episode, but now it gets really under my skin. If they glass planets anyway, why would they waste time sending troops on the ground? So what I mean by there
They
is
needed that artifact before, but now I guess they needed Cortana? I don't know.
I mean, they want to blow up everything. They wanted to lead the human people, but you kind of maybe found a defense to it, but like, yeah, maybe that's the reason. And maybe I was too harsh here, but it kind of bothers me nonetheless. I feel like they want.
It bothers me that I'm somewhat defending it. I don't know. Like I don't think I should like this. Maybe I was just like in like, hey, this is kind of like, hey, there's action. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, the more I think about it, there's some really weird things. Like it feels like a bad trope when they have like the old lady who runs like the antique store or whatever. It's like, come on, I've seen this like trope in sci-fi so many different times where it's like, no. And they kind of did it again with the people who like walk into the lava. It's like, no, I'm set in my ways. This is all I know. I'm going to, and like in that same scene, they happen to have like an Xbox One in the background. I don't know. It's interesting. And then they also, as long as you're talking about plot contrivance or plot armor, the whatever you call it, the elite fighter thing has like the power sword and Master Chief gets shot and they just leave him there, as opposed to like it takes out the guy who shot him, but it wouldn't actually like come after it just leaves him there. Like I don't know. Like I find that hard to believe.
I was getting there. That's my next.
Sorry, man. I thought you were saying all the plot contrivances before. It's just like I don't know. There's definitely plot armor and all this stuff. There's downsides to the episode. I also don't necessarily like the weird relationship that it throws at you. I think it started in episode 3 where she meets the therapist or whatever who happens to be the partner of the blind guy that she's working with or whatever. So I think it kind of sets you up so you're supposed to know them. I don't know. I feel like the way that it handled that was just like an immediate, like, I don't know. It just felt so unearned. Like there's so many things that like this could have done if it actually took the time to like develop any of this. but like the emotional weight of any of that just it's not there because it's like, okay, this dude I met last episode, like I don't care. I don't know. It's weird.
But yeah, so usually, like, I will kind of repeat what I may have said in the past. Maybe you were not around, or maybe you forgot, or maybe I didn't. I don't know. But basically, all I write down my notes is as I am watching. So like, it's by order of like when they are in the episode.
Sorry, when you
So
said axe in the hall, for some reason I thought that was towards the end. I might have
that
completely
was
misconstrued where
somewhere
we
in
were.
the middle or near the end. That's why it was somewhere in the middle. But yeah, that was somewhere in the middle. That
Sorry, I thought
action.
we were already at like the end, the finale
Yeah.
part. So I apologize. That was my bad.
So now we are in the finale. Plot armor on Chief. Not only he survive a blaster shot, but he also gets saved by Mackie. It's like, bro.
Also,
It's
it
like,
just decides to walk away from him rather than like
yeah,
taking him out. Like I don't know. It's not just that he gets saved. It's just
they walk
really.
away. He doesn't have a suit, and he survives a blaster shot, and they just leave him be. It's like, no. So you see, like again, entertainment wise, I thought that was peak. I like most of the aspect of that episode. I was hooked. I was entertained, but I don't think it's a good episode because it has just so many issues for me. Um, so like the things
Don't
blowing up.
disagree. I do not. I fully endorse that take. It's for me, I think it is the most entertaining episode, but maybe that's just because I was like wanting something to actually happen and something finally did. But it's not a good episode. There's a lot of plot holes everywhere in it, and they didn't take their time, and it just didn't feel earned. But
Yeah,
yeah, I fully endorse that take of yours today. Just
yeah.
that one.
Just that one. But now that I trash the show, I will mention my likes because there's things to say. Again, it's my favorite episode, but I don't think it's a great one. So the first things I did like was the things blowing up everywhere was entertaining. It felt like you're playing the video games right now. You're watching the video game or a cutscene or something. And it was like on Master Chief End, that was almost nonstop action with like a few moments to breathe here and there when they get to meet the commander that basically dies at the end. But the action was entertaining. The war, again, all of the action is the strength of this episode. I did feel something when the guy sacrificed himself for the group. That was like early, well, not early, that's like somewhere in the middle. The guy with the grenades, after he realized his lover basically died, he now goes with the grenades and he's like, oh, I will sacrifice myself for the group. I like that a lot.
I thought that felt earned. Like just the fact that like you learn about his partner like the episode before, and it's like he gets like 30 seconds to process, like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to. Like, I don't know. I feel
Well,
like that could have
maybe
been so much more powerful and like emotional if they had like taken their time with that rather than just like, okay, well, I'm dead then. I don't know. All right,
maybe
well,
it's
I stopped then. I don't, sorry, used the wrong word.
maybe I have some kind of bias because I do like the actor that was playing the guy. He played a villain in Black Lightning, and I
Oh, I like
do
him too,
like
man.
Black
That's why I
Lightning.
wish they gave him just a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I will like anything he's in. That's probably a bias I got. And again, I enjoyed it because I'm like, okay, the setup they had, like I don't know when episode, but okay, that's the relationship. And like you could tell it's a meaningful one because that's one of his only traits as a character. Let's be honest there. That's one of his only traits. Oh, he's like retired or something and he has his life with his lover. And that's his character. So losing that character was sad. And the way he learns about it, it's sad. So yeah, I maybe it's not like 100% earned as you said, but I still liked it a lot. I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, the nice cameo there. Again, the action, I liked it. Chief talking less. So this season, I really feel like Chief feels much more like Chief because now he has more like one liner and his speech are much shorter. Like there are some exception like when he talks to his superior basically, but most of the time he doesn't speak that much. And I like it. Losing Cortana changed him, and the soft reboot they did with season 2 I like it. Keep him that way. You don't need like achieve that talks. Small talk, big action. That's Master Chief for me. Again, I wish he had the suit on, and I get why they're not giving him the suit, because they want to show the actor's face, first of all, and second, they want to save some money, because I guess it's less trouble, less makeup, less CG. I don't know, less work. I don't know. They may have found a reason to not use a suit. It also kind of makes sense because the new general, he doesn't like the Spartan from Master Chief Generation and such. Next up would be Ozzy. I liked Ozzy and Sorin. Also liked the chief and his boss. So I think that they had one argument in that episode, like the guy that dies in the end of the episode talking to like the general of the Spartan program, or I don't know. They had to talk, and he's like, "F you, I do whatever I want." I think that was in this episode. They had an argument. I really enjoyed that scene. One of the highlights of the episode. Next up would be the action again. The sacrifice of the captain in the end of the episode was so sad. I did feel something. Did you feel something on that scene?
Yeah, for sure. So when you're saying Captain Jacob Keyes, like
Yeah,
his
exactly.
thing,
Yeah,
his
Jacob
sacrifice.
Keyes. Yeah.
Yeah, that dude, for sure. I really like that actor. I thought he was amazing in every scene that he was in, and then I thought his was totally earned. I think they could have done that for the other actor as well. I also liked his performance, and even for Vanek, I think they could have made both of those a little bit more powerful, like they kind of did. That's why I wish this was over like 2 episodes. I think they really could have built all of that up and really given those actors something. But yes, I did feel something at the end. I think they did keep Captain Keyes. I think they did him justice.
And I will say that Jacob Keyes, now that you mentioned the name, I thought this season was amazing because we have seen him growing and changing from season 1. He felt like he has learned from the past, and he kind of wants to correct it and do what's best and what's genuinely good, instead of being sketchy, gray, and dark, and like playing on these weird zones there. I feel like that's also part of why now he stood up with the people, even if he lost any support from higher ups and such. That was like great characterization there, and it's surprising coming from that show. It's surprising that the characterization is so good there, because usually you're not sure if that's something they plan or something. But yeah, I just like Jacob and Ozzy being a witness to that, and you realize that, oh, she is more than the artless cow she was in season 1, is actually reassuring, and it gives me hope that these writers, if they play their card right, they may end up making a decent season. I'm not saying good, because I don't think it's on that level yet. It still has a bunch of issues, but I do think the show has a lot of potential, and I see it every week. I am very hopeful for the show. If they play their card right, they can do it right. And I don't have that kind of speech with season 1. Season 1 was just hot garbage. Even to me, like 2 years ago, I did it, and like a few weeks ago when we covered it, I also hated it, So yeah, season 2, I have high hopes. So for you, what would be your grade out of 10 for all 4 episodes?
Cool. One might be like a 4. I think 2 and 3 were probably like a 2 and 3. I think they set up some stuff that makes 4 actually decent, and I think 4 might be like a 6, maybe a 6.5. I actually enjoy it, but there's a lot of issues with it. It's by no means taking full advantage of like the source material, where from what I understand, this is a really cool story that really could have been an awesome one. But Yeah, I think I'd have to go 6.5 at the highest.
And I'm excited for next week. I cannot wait to watch episode 5, and I think we will have another great discussion if they play their card right. Again, I do think it has potential. So when it comes to me, episode 1, again, I had blinders, so the first 2 episodes are kind of biased there, but episode 1 for me was a 9 out of 10 because of the blinder again. Episode
Wow,
2
wow, wow,
was
wow, wow.
yeah, that's how much I liked it. Episode 2 was a 9.5 out of 10 for me. And now episode 3, this is when the blinder kind of fell off. 5.5 out of 10. Still higher than most season 1 had to offer. And lastly, this week was a 6.5 out of 10. And I am hopeful for what happens next. So yeah, any expectation from next week?
I think it's going to be a letdown, but I don't know. I'm keeping my hopes low, and hopefully they won't, go under that.
Okay. Well, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
Not much. I should have some videos dropping soon, but yeah, check me out on Thursday on that darn kidda's channel, the Thinkers, every Thursday.
Yeah.
That's about all I got going on for sure.
Perfect. And by the way, since we are both here, April, have you seen both Sonic movies that came out?
I have not had the pleasure yet, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing them.
I highly recommend you catch up on these 2. I will most likely add both Sonic movie somewhere either in March or April, and the main reason is there's a Knuckle TV show,
Oh, I'm excited for Knuckle.
and we will cover that.
Okay.
And it's possible. I say it's possible because again, we don't know. SJK.Sanctum is quite occupied, but I told him on stream when I cameoed on his channel. I told, look, K-Dot, you like Knuckle? We will cover Knuckle, man. So yeah, we will cover Knuckle. I'm looking forward for it, and I can't remember when exactly, but I know it's very soon. We will have Invincible back and the boys. And again, this should be weekly, I believe. And maybe we will lower down the number of movies these weeks to give more times for episode, basically.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense.
yeah, so this is coming very soon. And like the movies we may move around, we will still watch them eventually, because eventually we won't really have shows to cover. So yeah, when there's a weekly thing, I think it's very important to cover it weekly if we can, and it's interesting. And again, Resident Alien, if you catch up, when you catch up, if it's not too late, it's not too late. If it's late, that's also fine. We may end up covering like at some point season 3 one day or another. Anyhow, Gray, you're amazing. Always impressed. I still have like one last topic, which is 2 Black Mirror episodes. So I will let you go, and I will tell you, see you tomorrow, and have a great day and take care. And I almost forgot. I really wanted to say that. You did improve, because now you reply on Discord.
Every once in a while.
Good job, bro.
I'm glad you noticed.
Again, I repeat myself. I do think it's important to notice good things, and it's important to tell people you notice good things. It's just my philosophy, there's enough negativity out there. We need to stay positive.
Well, thank you for the positivity, sir. That is awesome.
Thanks to you for answering.
Well, it's always awesome talking to you, man. I hope you have fun reviewing the rest of the Black Mirror episodes.
Hell yeah. See you tomorrow. Take care.
See you, man.
So, final topic, 2 episode of Black Mirror. So I will read out Cole's notes. Let's just find out these notes. Where are you, notes? There we go. Okay. Black Mirror Season 6. Black Mirror Season 6, Episode 2 and 3. Okay. Here we are with these two episodes. They are fresh in my mind. That's why I want to cover them right now. So we'll start off with Cole's notes on both episodes. So Black Mirror Season 6, Episode 2. Out of all the Black Mirror episodes this season, I'd say this one had the most potential of being the most original, similar to Black Mirror Season 5, Episode 2. It wasn't really traditional one with the technology aspect, but that's fine. And honestly, I'd rather them move a bit away from it if they can't come up with better ideas. However, once again, it was wasted potential too. There were so many things they could have done in this episode with that, what they set up in each scene and touched upon to mimic things in real life, combined with technology in the future for a bunch of twists and turns. In typical Black Mirror fashion, yet similar to something like Brightburn, and similar to season 5 episode 1, they chose to go with a more vanilla idea out of all of them. I predict the twist with his family in the very beginning after they first had the idea for it, as it's something done to death. That being said, it was still solid. I enjoyed it more than episode 1 of this season. I agree with you, Cole. I think. I like the different filmmaking technique they tried as someone now trying to get ideas for and write screenplays for film. I did like the story of this episode with the film student aspect of it. That was enjoyable. I agree. Actors are superb as always since they are higher decent named one for these episodes. I keep rolling my eyes with these Netflix jokes and self promotion. I agree. At least they were funny with it this time, as Netflix is just full of nothing but docu series about serial killers. Um. So okay. I will already spoil it, but Cole grade is a 5.5 out of 10 for that one. Black Mirror Season 6, Episode 3. These first 3 episodes are the one considered solid by most of the bright spots of another weak season, but out of them all, this is considered to be the best, so I was hoping this would be a big step up from the previous episode. It was a bit better, but it still has the same issues as the other 2 episodes and the first 2 episodes of season 5 did, but still good. Actors are once again great. It was nice seeing Aaron Paul in this role. The one group deleting the guy, the dude and his family near the beginning being replicas, and Charles Manson EP cult in real life was very non-subtle. But I suppose it fit the theme of the episode. It was well shot and had great lighting. It was fascinating seeing the 2 different sides of it now, watching Josh Hartnett's character deteriorate over time, being alone, and then growing the attraction toward his friends and family in life expected. Does a lot of things that gives me flashbacks to 2001 is Space Odyssey. I agree. I've seen probably the same thing as you there. The climax was so brutal, and I loved how it was played out, even if it was dark. Oh, and find it funny how an episode of this show was longer than 2 of the anime film we recently covered. I agree, man. That was shocker. When I've seen 1 hour and 20 minutes, I was like, hell, man, why? Okay, so I don't have much more to say. So I will start by saying episode 2 for me was far better than 1, and actually also a bit better than 3. So for me, I only had a few issues. Issue number 1 with episode 2 Plot armor, only a concussion after the car crash. Next up would be plot convenience, bumping into a random truck. So that was early in the movie. That was disgusting. Oh, car crash, boom, boom, boom. They survive intact. So yeah. I will say in the episode 2 was like good sound effects, entertaining backstory. The girlfriend was entertaining, the bar, the music. The documentary was decent. The mother was endearing. Funny, the reveal of the criminals possibly be the parent was entertaining. And the end, that's it. For me, episode 2 was a 8.5 out of 10. I liked that episode a lot. Now, next episode is so episode 3. My first issue would be pacing, lots of pointless filler in the opening sequence. I didn't feel anything when the family died since I didn't care about the family. Pacing 1 hour and 20 minutes doesn't feel justified for the story they wanted to tell. I feel like they could have cut easy 20 minutes out of it. So yeah. I will admit the music, the take was entertaining, the sadness of the guy was heartfelt, the wife, the drama, the climax of the drama was well made, the girl being the unreliable narrator was a great twist, and the guy just deleting the entire family was dark, but I liked it. For me, episode 3 is a 7 out of 10, and this shall mark the end of this amazing stream. Thank you a lot, Gray, Cole, DC, Alex, and Parker. As usual, this was another banger, as DJs would call it. And this marks the end of this current stream. Have a great day, everyone.